That's the message the team is trying to put out.
Right.
And because when he said, he was never the 4-3, 4-4 guy.
No, he's
I
like
was always a
4-5
4-5.
guy.
So if you come in and you run 4-5, and that's what you're supposed to be running, don't tell me, because what ultimately they were telling me is that the GM was stupid then. If you want a guy in that runs 4-5 thinking he's gonna be a 4-3, that was stupid on that point.
Yeah.
But the ultimate thing is that kid can play. And you're gonna have to have somebody else. I don't think if you put Justin Jefferson on the team by himself, he'll be good.
He might be good.
Nah.
He might be good in any scenario.
If you put him in the game by himself, they put everybody on him in the game. I'm not worried about nobody else. They'll stop him too. Believe me.
Terry's been able to produce with bad quarterbacks pretty much by himself for a few years. I think Jefferson could too.
The thing about the Terry with the bad quarterback, you had quarterbacks that would throw it up and just say, "Oh, go get it done." But I'm saying you see what Terry's doing this year is that's astounding compared to what he's been doing before. When you got good people around you, you can play better. That's all I'm trying to say.
Sure. And I think Osborne can be productive again. One thing that I'll be fascinated to see is one of the reasons they liked Noah Brown so much is he was physical, man. He was super, super physical.
Yep.
And I don't know that the rest of these dudes, Osborne, regardless, right? Like Diami, we've watched a lot of Diami at this point. I don't know that I would describe him as a super physical player.
No.
Luke seems willing, but there's still a learning curve there.
Luke is still learning.
Yeah, I think the way I look at the loss of Noah Brown for the Commanders and figuring out the offense, I think you lean on the run game more, and I think you lean on your tight ends more. I think, I asked Cliff about it yesterday. Landville, I don't know if we have – I guess we ran the audio yesterday, but I'm not sure Cliff knows exactly how he's going to operate it. You know what I mean?
He has an idea, but he doesn't know because he don't know who's going to be the one that step up. I could be wanting to say, okay, I'm going to go lean on JP, and then you're never open. So I can't lean on you. So the ultimate thing is who is going to step up and take it? Who's going to make the coach lean on them? It comes down to that every once in a while. I know we look at coaches and we say, oh, they can put these schemes up. Schemes don't win games. Players win games. So whoever gets out there and finally gets off their ass and step up, and show the coach that I'm willing, I'm able, and I'm capable, he'll lean on him. But KJ, if he rolls in here and plays and catches every ball that's thrown to him like he normally does, then all of a sudden we'll be wondering why the other guys didn't do it. But we sit and we keep saying this guy should get some time. This guy, maybe they shouldn't, because if they're not getting it, they shouldn't. They're not earning it yet.
Players, not plays, man. It's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, Osborne's a guy that averaged about 52 catches for 3 seasons in Minnesota. If you can just you need another double-digit target receiver, or at least somebody that you're targeting 6-8 times a game. Like you need someone else that you can go that direction, right? And I think obviously Terry, obviously Ertz, and I'm not saying it has to be a receiver, but a pass catcher that you can lean on to 6-8 targets. Whoever that may be, hell, maybe it's B-Rob at this point. I don't know, but somebody has to emerge in that capacity.
I believe that B-Rob being added to the passing game would be a plus, because normally people now are looking at when B-Rob comes in, they're going to pound it at us. What if he not pound it? What if he comes out and fakes one, slips out, get a little a dump off? He can still get some yards for you in that aspect as well. Does somebody come in and, beats their guys one-on-one?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of guys other than Terry are getting covered one-on-one.
Yeah,
you beat that one-on-one and you flash, I think Jaden will find you.
One thing I'm really fascinated by is the Saints. The Saints get a good pass rush going, but they don't rush well as a group, and they allow quarterbacks to make off-schedule plays. I mean, against mobile guys. Jameis can't run. Jameis runs like his feet are in cement, and he was making a ton of off-schedule plays against them if you go back a little bit, right?
Yeah.
How does Jaden take advantage of that this weekend? Does he use his legs, or because one thing I don't think we've seen as much in the second half of the season is Jaden looking deep when it goes off schedule. And I think some of that will be there this week. And I think there's been spots where Luke has been open, and I wonder if this is the time where finally that connection starts to hit.
Yeah, I just think that he's going to use his legs sometimes, and sometimes he's going to throw it. Because, as a former quarterback, when you go to break sometimes and you're looking on the left side of the field and the guy's open on the right side of the field, you don't see him.
And the plant,
and I know fans
across the field,
will
right.
see it all the time because they show it back, and the commentator go, "Oh, this guy was open." But if I'm running full speed this way and I see 20 yards, you think I'm about to stop and look all the way back to the other side of the field? Because normally when you stop, then you get hit.
Well, dude, I would not advocate. I don't want to stop Jaden from running. If there's big open green in front of him, take it, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying if he breaks to the right and he starts to run and someone is open down the field, let it fly.
Yeah.
But if
that's what I'm saying.
When a guy's going left or right and the guy's on the backside, I hear it all the time. Oh, that guy was wide open. You damn straight he was wide open because he wasn't in this read.
Right, and the defense probably realizes the incredible degree of difficulty to make that throw. Something did happen last night that wasn't that cool. The Rams keep winning. Got to have a Rams.
That was a ugly game. Boy.
Yo, the under was cash all day, baby.
I'm going to tell you like this, man. Mr. Purdy, boy,
hold on.
You should have got paid before.
We're going to discuss Rams-Niners. Are the Rams a real threat here? Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley live. Radio Row, Army-Navy game. Just getting warmed up. Live USAA Radio Row for the Army-Navy game. USAA is the proud presenter of the Army-Navy game. I just saw this from friend of the show, Luke Tomlinson. Lucas Tomlinson covers the White House for Fox News, and he wrote an op-ed a few years ago in the Wall Street Journal. Listen to this, B, about the Army-Navy game. In the early years, there were a number of gaps in the rivalry. What do you think the early years are for Army-Navy?
It was in 1800 something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Following
been 110 games, I think.
Oh, okay. Following Navy's win over Army in 1893, a Navy rear admiral and an Army brigadier general got into a heated argument while drinking in a club in New York. They agreed to a duel, but there's no record of the duel having taken place, and no one was wounded or killed. Still, it was enough for the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy to bring the matter before President Grover Cleveland, who in a February 1894 cabinet meeting abolished Army-Navy football games, a ban that lasted until 1899. That's some history, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about, I don't know, 140 years ago, 130 years ago,
Long time,
20
brother.
years ago. All right, a couple of quick things to take care of before we talk about this Rams threat. One, Jeff just claimed that it was a 1.5 mile walk from the parking lot here to the radio space. You did that walk. I did that walk.
Yep.
Because
a mile and a half.
yes,
Not no mile and a half.
because the claim was so egregious, I decided to look it up because my phone stores my phone stores where my car is parked. So from where I parked my car, which is where Jeff parked his car and you parked your car, from where my car is parked to here, walking is a 8-minute walk. It says 0.4 miles gently downhill.
Now, because JP likes to omit a lot of the story.
No, you said
I said with how cold it felt like 1.5 miles because I walked halfway and I had to walk back to get my hat, and then I walked all the way back.
Brian.
No point. He close to 1.5 mile, 1.5 miles.
No,
That's because he's silly.
I mean, did it at all feel like a long or cold or arduous walk?
No.
You said cold. It's people out here still bundled up on Radio Row. This guy got his
It's
hat
honestly
on.
cold in here.
had-
They're from San Antonio.
Hold on. If it's cold in here, you don't think it's colder outside?
I
JP?
think it's cold. Well,
I got in here and took off my jacket. It was hot in here.
yeah, dude.
That's because y'all are bundled up. You got on 3 shirts, JP.
Who's bundled?
I got 2 shirts.
JP got on 2 shirts and a coat. You have on a jacket that's heavy and a
This is
long
not a
sleeve
jacket,
shirt.
fool.
I'm talking about the one that you had on, the coat that you had on before you.
I got
took
here
it
at
off.
9 o'clock.
And
That
stop
thing been off at 9
undressing
o'clock.
yourself in front of me.
Mitch is just unbuttoning in the middle of Radio Row.
Well, I'm unbuttoning because he said you had on 3 shirts.
Loosen up my buttons, baby. All right, enough. Let's do some football. Who watched Rams Niners last night? Slugfest in the rain, dude.
Yeah. I didn't even. Down low, you couldn't tell it was raining. When they showed that little shot
Yeah.
up top, I'm like, damn, it's raining. That hard?
It was raining.
But what I
for
said
real.
yesterday about the field, that
Yeah.
field is weird, bro.
Yeah,
That whole area out there in
Northern California.
Northern
Bay
California,
Area,
where
yeah.
you'll be looking, it looks great. You go to plant and the whole damn turf comes up.
Dude, I mean, Candlestick was legendary for bad.
I hated that place.
Yeah.
Damn slop.
So that game was gross last night. Thursday games tend to be gross. That one certainly delivered. Then you add significant rain to it. But both quarterbacks in this thing, Stafford last night was 16 of 27 for $160.
Yeah.
He kept trying to throw interceptions, and the Niners just wouldn't catch
But
him.
he was at least over 50%. Which guy was 14 of 30 something, wasn't he?
Purdy was 14 of 31 for $142 with a pick. Brian, Jeff just completely oblivious to whatever B Mitch is trying to show him. Jeff's trying to get his Snapchats off, B. He's focused.
No, I'm getting content for the page, y'all.
Sure.
Sheesh.
With the Niners, are we all comfortable? They're toast. Can we?
Well, we talked before yesterday
We-
saying
we-
it was a must win for them.
Yeah.
They are done now. And the thing of it, listen, man. I'm going to give 2 people credit on the Niners. Greenlaw is a bad man.
Yep. That was his
Warner-
first game back.
Warner is another bad man. And this dude playing with a broken bone in his ankle, and Greenlaw coming off of Achilles, and that dude is a bad dude, man.
Warner had 15 tackles last night. Greenlaw had 8. Hufanga, the safety.
Greenlaw was all over the damn
Hufanga
field.
was playing with a broken arm or something too, wasn't he?
Hufanga's a 40-something.
The safety, big fella, comes downhill all the time.
But listen, man.
The Niners are going to have a serious situation.
They're going to have a serious situation, but I don't know if you can really blame many people. All those injuries has derailed them. Trent was out last night. They showed the people on IR.
You got nothing from
They had
IU,
about
mostly for the year.
They got 8-9 people on IR, and I'm talking about 8 or 9 top-notch people. It wasn't like the 8 or 9 flunkies.
I mean, top of my head, Greenlaw just came back last night from the Super Bowl injury. Did Bosa play though? Right? I think Bosa did play,
but he wasn't 100%.
No, but Trent, McCaffrey, Ayuk, that's three Pro Bowl, All-Pro players.
That's 3 big money boys too.
Right. I think. Let's quickly address Purdy. Here's where this thing gets hella interesting: is Brock Purdy is due for a contract.
Yeah,
I mean,
but you think they're gonna just get rid of him? No, they're gonna try to.
They still have him under contract for another year, so it's not like
they'll pay him
pending free agency, but they're eligible to have contract discussions with him. Is there any? I mean, he was bad last night, and the weather was bad. There's a lot of factors,
bad, and he had a lot of protection. But I say this little saying all the time. I think people think I'm a fool. Quarterback, most dependent position in sports.
I've heard you say it. I don't think you're a
fool. We pay the hell out of them, but you know what? They can't do a damn thing without help. And we go, how great they are. No. If you don't have offensive line, it's gonna be hard to be great. You don't have people catching the ball, it's hard to be great. If you don't have a good running game, it's gonna be hard to be great.
In 34 starts, Purdy's teams have gone 23-11, completed 67% of his passes, 59 touchdowns against 24 picks.
I think that gets paid.
We live in a world where there aren't enough quarterbacks. So when you combine that with Purdy's ability, and I think what the Niners seek to build is continuity, I think it gets it paid. And if you do it now, it's probably cheaper. But what do you pay Brock Purdy? Is it
well? You pay Daniel Jones.
Does he get top of market?
He gets more money than Daniel Jones.
Well, Daniel Jones will soon be getting nothing.
How much he got? He got 45.
45, yeah.
He's going to get 50 or more.
Dak's making 60. Burrow's making 55. Love's making 55. Trevor
Burrow
Lawrence
signed his 4 years ago?
No. Burrow signed
2 years ago after playing 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to play 3 years.
So Burrow was around 5-6 years.
So Burrow 20, 21, 22. Burrow signed in March of 23. So it's the second year of his big
just
deal.
Like we had this conversation the other day. It's not Purdy's fault that Joe Burrow signed for 55.
Right.
And that the salary cap has gone up.
Forget Burrow. He deserves it.
But I'm saying
Tua and Trevor Lawrence are making 55.
He's going to make about 50. He's going to make more than 50.
It's crazy.
But that's what this league has set up.
I get it.
Where you pay the quarterback a certain percentage of the salary cap. So whether they garbage or not, they normally get paid.
Yeah.
Because if you were paying the quarterback according to their talent and their ability, you would have never given Daniel Jones no $45 million.
Sure. Things are about to get real interesting for the Niners, too. They owe a lot of dudes a lot of money. Trent at the top of the list with no guarantees on that. Travarius Ward has a big number, no guarantees on that. Bosa's got a really big number, but a lot of guarantees. He's going nowhere. Ayuk's making $20 million against the cap next year. McCaffrey, that's going to be interesting. I don't even know what happens with Debo. Debo's got no guarantees and a $16 million cap number.
The question I would ask is this, though, and this is a true question. Christian McCaffrey, when healthy, is unbelievable. Hell, he ain't always healthy.
Right.
Do you keep going down that? He's missed how many games this year already? He missed last year. Last year, he played a good bit of the games. The year before, he missed. You can't keep paying him $20 million, $19 million when he cannot be there often enough for you.
I wonder if Debo becomes a free agent. I'd find him intriguing.
Oh, yeah, I like
he misses time, but damn, that dude's a tone setter.
He's a tone setter.
Tough.
But the thing about it is, they have every running back they have get hurt.
Yeah.
So it's something with them in their running
carries
game.
Last night.
So my question would be, if you get Debo and just let him play receiver, will he be there more? Because yes, he's a physical guy,
that's fair.
but he is not built to be running into those damn linebackers like he does.
Right.
He's a receiver who should be running into cornerbacks and safeties. So if you have him just playing receiver, do you get more out of him? Which means if you get more out of him, and he's a tone setter, so he's like that spark plug. He gives your team more excitement. So I think what they try to do is make him do too much because they always have somebody hurt. Hell, every running back they have banged up.
Yeah.
What's the guy last night? I almost know his name.
Garendo.
Yeah.
I hope I'm saying that right.
Sounds right.
Commanders are currently the 7th seed rather, in the NFC. There's a team on their heels that has now won 4 of their last 5, has a coach with a Super Bowl ring, a quarterback with a Super Bowl ring. I maintain that the focus should be on the Packers looking ahead. Rams are playing some good football, though. Their defense playing well.
But Jay, if you're the Commanders and you you focus on yourself and handle your business, no matter what the Rams do, they can't catch you.
Right.
So the whole thing is we start these scenarios get a little bit out of whack for me.
Well,
if they handle their business, they're going to be good. And the Rams are not going to win out. You scored 12 points last night. You're not winning out.
Yeah, but 12 points in that slot might be like 28 in regular.
You ain't winning out.
You sure?
Yep.
You want me to hear the remaining schedule? No, but they got Jets, Cardinals, Seahawks.
And one of them teams that are sorry going to beat the hell out of them.
Well, the Seahawks are good, so that could be a potential big game at the end of the year.
And then the Cardinals is still a little. They're
they're up and down.
Yeah, they go out there and cause a little issue, but I don't think they're winning out.
The odds would suggest you're correct. How about this though? And this is interesting. Obviously, the most important game on the schedule for Washington this weekend is the one against New Orleans. Is the one they're playing in. But you do have Seahawks Packers Sunday Night Football. That's a big one. I think everybody's rooting for Seattle because you knock the Packers down 1, and that gives them separation over the Rams. I'm sure there's some tiebreaker specialist that will tell me I'm incorrect. Brian, I also wanted to, so have you seen these pictures Rooster posted of us?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show them to you when we come back because they're terrible. And
he just took some pictures and just posted them.
Not necessarily flattering. Nobody go anywhere. Nicole Auerbach joins us at 11.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live, Radio Row, USAA Army-Navy game. This is a very cool setup, man.
Yeah.
I've never done one of these here. I mean, we've done a bunch of Radio Rows, but I've never done the Army-Navy game one. It's fun. Jeff just brought something to our attention. The Dolphins have cut Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham. I didn't even get to ask the question, B.
No.
Jeff asked it, and B said no. I said no. I also want to add this. The word was kind of out in the league that KJ Osborne was available and that eventually he was probably going to get cut, and they clearly claimed him when that happened. Something tells me if you wanted Odell Beckham, you could have had a conversation already. Yeah, and
I mean, we got it. And listen,
I imagine he's done.
Commander fans, can I just give a plea to you? Every time someone is released that used to be good, we don't have to go after them. If they used to be good 5 years ago, and now they keep getting released by every team, we don't need them. Let's get off of that. We were always so far in the dumps that we wanted everybody from every team. You're now building something and going in the right direction. You don't need to have to keep going and reach for people that used to be good.
32, a number of injuries, and on the season, he's got 9 catches for 55 yards. I don't think you got to spend a lot of time on this. One thing that was interesting, though, is I saw this tweet from Brett Tessler, is NFL agent, obviously, and Tessler said that Washington signed his client, Greg Joseph, kicker, who kicked for the Giants earlier this year before an injury. Mm-hmm. I texted Brett to try to get an answer on this. Here's the language that I find interesting. You ready, B? Mm-hmm. The Washington Commanders just signed my client, Greg Joseph, to their practice squad for this week only. 7-year veteran, kicked in 6 games for the Giants this season prior to getting injured. Perfect short-term situation as Greg and his wife are expecting their first child next week.
Okay.
Something up with Gonzo? Like, it just...
I don't know, man.
The language seems hyper-specific, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
The Commanders have made that official, that they signed Greg Joseph to the practice squad. They released Mike Strachan from the practice squad. I'm going to look for yesterday's injury report. Yeah, Gonzalez was on the injury report Wednesday, limited with a left foot.
Okay.
What do I say? I don't like to see kickers on the injury report, even if it's something small. Their job is so incredibly unique and precise. I don't like to see kickers on the injury report.
I'm with you on that.
And then I follow that up with, I don't like to see kickers on the injury report, and then a kicker added to the practice squad on Friday.
Yeah.
You know?
I got you.
Yo, when Seibert first emerged on the injury report, it was like, no big deal. How'd that all work out?
Didn't work out well, Jay.
No, man. So I don't want to. Apparently, Gonzo was a full participant yesterday. But listen, you can game the injury report, especially for quarterbacks, but especially for kickers. You can be a full participant on a non-kicking day. Right? Like, yo, he did everything. Well, what were they asked to do? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. They just added a kicker to the practice squad. The reason you add a kicker to the practice squad is not for long-term development. It's so you can elevate them Saturday night if you need to.
Yeah.
And the way, remember that stretch where the kicking was awesome? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That is gone.
It is.
How about this? Where do you think Greg Joseph was born?
Don't know.
What if I told you he was born on another continent? What's your guess? Which continent? You have 6 to pick from.
Another continent.
Another continent.
I don't know.
Jeff, you got a guess? What continent was Greg Joseph born on?
North America.
I said another continent.
I didn't hear you say another. I just heard you say
Jeff's always so locked in with the program, B.
Africa.
Yo, yes. Seriously.
For real?
Yeah. He was born in Johannesburg, South Africa. I wasn't expecting that. All right, Joseph this year earlier with the Giants Played in 6 games, was 3 of 3 from inside of 30, 5 of 5 from inside of 40, 4 of 7 from 40 to 50, and 1 of 1 from deep, from 50 and beyond. Made all 6 of his extra points. Here's something you might like. The touchback percentage, 85%.
All right.
So if they want it out, he can kick it out.
All right.
Which has value, I would say. All right, that's a unique situation to watch. I guess he doesn't want to miss. He doesn't want to miss the birth of his child. Is the way that tweet is framed, that it's a 1-week special on the practice squad.
You're trying to break into the league, bro. You're gonna have to think a little differently.
Well, I mean, he's a vet. He's been in the
okay.
league. He's been in the league since 2018. 3 full seasons with the Vikings. You know how kickers kind of bump up and down.
Yeah.
When do you become fully vested? Like what?
3 years.
3 years. So he's got a pension.
2 years, 3 games, actually.
He's played in 73 career games. He's Gucci now, right?
You would think.
Yeah. Shout out to Greg Joseph. Welcome to town. Come by Radio Row at Arlington National Cemetery if you
That's not happening.
They're giving away hats.
He's not coming in.
Are they giving away hats, or did we get them because we're working?
We get him because we're working.
Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Jeff, we got to show B the Roosters pictures real quick. These are awful, Brian. Are you ready to see them?
Yeah, let me see.
All right. So Chris Russell, our dear friend, in an effort to support the show, posted some pictures of us doing radio here, and he's got one of me and Jeff wearing the helmet.
Just so that's just idiotic.
All right. Then he's got just a blurry one of Jeff wearing the helmet.
That is even more idiotic.
Why do you post blurry pictures?
Why do you put a helmet on?
Why are you
supposed to be sitting, just standing up?
He takes pictures like my aunt.
That is the weirdest. Like, it looks like you're getting up off the toilet. Like, that's the pose.
Yeah, his picture taking quality definitely shows his age.
And I said these pictures are awful. He claims they aren't. And the internet wants to know, B, if you're aware that you're wearing skinny jeans.
No, I just have nice thighs.
Another dude said the picture with B Mitch is so weird, it's almost abstract art.
It's crazy. Why would you take and first of all, you know what? I'm gonna give me a lawyer because I'm tired of people taking pictures of me and I don't know they take them and posting them.
Yeah, I'm tired of that.
Sue the hell out of somebody.
Yeah, let's sue somebody.
Yeah.
When we come back, Nicole Auerbach joins the program. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, but we're not gonna get into the Vodka Rebel quite yet because we're gonna be respectful here at the Army Navy game, Brian. At Radio Row, National Women's Museum in the military. I swear I'm gonna get this right one of these times.
Military Women Museum.
Military Women's Museum. Got it. We are very excited now. Nicole Auerbach, the lead college football and college basketball insider for NBC Sports and host on Sirius, joins us now. Nicole, what's up? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
We are excited to have you. We do weekly college football talk, right? Because DC is pretty much a NFL town.
Yep.
When Virginia Tech or Maryland is good, or I guess UVA too, it kind of pops, but certainly not the case this season. Let's start with why we're all here, the Army Navy game specifically. How big of a year is this for Army and Navy both to be ranked? I mean, there was a time where there was real conversation about them going to either one of these teams going to the playoffs. They've put together legitimate squads.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting. I've covered this game before, but not in a few years, and certainly not with this type of magnitude. I think that both of those teams got so much national attention early on because it was like every week we were hitting records of like, well, Army and Navy have never been 5-0 since this year and the 6-0. And
it's like 1930.
Right. Well, it was like World War II, right? We were measuring it by wars. But it was really cool because I think one of the byproducts of the expanded playoff has been, hey, there's lots of interesting stories around college football. We don't only need to talk about them of just the playoff teams or not. And again, Army was kind of in that conversation anyway, because, going into that Notre Dame game. So I think it's really cool to have it with the teams playing so well. And to have a team in Army that won their conference in the very first year. That's also been something we've always wondered, hey, like they need to join a and how does that work? The extra game, the potential for an Army Navy rematch a week later, how all those things could possibly play out. We had Brian Newberry on our show earlier this week, and he said that there's absolutely extra juice because both teams had the seasons they did.
I bet.
Both teams are good. And then when you look at the natural pageantry that comes around the history of this, and guys that are not trying to go to another school, guys don't care about the NIL. They care about performing and winning this football game.
So I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah.
Does Army or Navy do NIL?
No, they can't.
No.
They can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
So
they're gonna get what they were promised early, $75.
So they can't do NIL.
Okay.
And like that's whether like the true NIL or not true. There's no collectives for Army and Navy.
Right.
And then the transfer portal doesn't really exist for them either, except guys can leave, right? Like they can leave the academies, but if you come in to Army, Navy, or Air Force, you have to start from scratch. Like you have to start at the very beginning of the program. Yeah. So you can really only look for transfers who are willing to do that and maybe only played 1 year somewhere else and they're willing to kind of like reset the clock.
Wow.
But yeah, it's basically for anyone who is like a purist of college sports, who is kind of anxious and upset about all the changes to it. Army Navy game is like the purest. It's the purest form of college sports. And obviously, and then there's all the selflessness and the service piece of it. But the way that they play and the purity of like playing college football to play college football.
What do you think the guys that go to Army, Navy, Air Force, they are different than the guys going to the other two? They understand I'm going here. Like last night I was talking to the guy in Navy SEAL. He was like, we don't make a 4-year commitment. We make a 40-year commitment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In an actual service commitment, right? Yeah. And like it's so different. And it's jarring when you're, kind of in context with like yesterday, you're seeing a player hop in the portal for like the third time.
Yeah.
And it's like
every year.
Yeah, every single year that they've been in college so far. And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
These are different dudes.
Yeah. We're talking with Nicole Auerbach here, the lead college sports analyst for NBC Sports. You can follow her at Nicole Auerbach, AUERBACH. We've talked about the purity of this game, and it really, truly is. It's not like an exaggeration to say so. What about Belichick going to Carolina?
Good transition. It's a shocker. Still kind of parsing through it. I was watching his introductory press conference in North Carolina yesterday, like from the airport, trying to fly here for Army Navy. It's just weird to see him. He's got like the Argyle like tie, and the Carolina blue. But it's such a weird choice, and to me, it is Bill Belichick saying, I really want to coach again. I want to be labeled coach. I want to be on a
Yeah.
sideline. I want to be tied to football. And I've done my research. I actually thought that he sounded like he really understood what the job entails for college football, which I think is most of the battle when you have guys that come in from the pros and think that it's a step down, think that it's going to be easier. It's not. I mean, I think they're different sports. And I think that college is more complicated and you kind of have to wear 8 different hats at all times and deal with a bunch of he's
I
going to have
think
to
now it's harder with the portal and then
Yeah,
The portal stuff is hard. I think,
and it's not the same as the NFL because they have contracts. Like,
Yeah.
you can just go in the portal at any point.
Right.
And so some of the stuff that his experience and free agency, again, there were rules around that. It exists in college, but there's no rules. He's going to have to shake hands with donors. He's going to have to suck up to people. Like, he's going to have to do all this other stuff that you don't have to do in the NFL. So I think he understands that. What's really interesting is his contract. Did you guys see how weirdly
I
structured
just started to
contract
see
is?
some of these details. Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's like, all right, the Carolina announced it as a 5-year contract. It's kind of just a 3-year contract. It's fully guaranteed for 3 years, $10 million
Yeah.
a year. But after June of this coming year, like 6 months from now, if Belichick were to leave in the next 6 months, he would owe North Carolina $10 million. After that, it's just $1 million. So he's kind of like, the way I read that is I'm going to do this for 1 year. And then I'll just pay Carolina $1 million if an NFL team calls me. And then I can go chase the wins record and all the other stuff. But it's really not that much of a commitment if you really only have to be there through July.
Yeah. What's fascinating is, so I cover the Commanders here locally, and we were there at Ashburn, and Cliff Kingsbury spoke yesterday and was asked about Belichick going back to college because Cliff kind of did something similar.
Well, he's gone back and forth and back. Yeah.
He said, I'll believe it when I actually see him on the sideline of a Carolina game.
Well, and that's the thing.
Like-
He could leave in July. He could
Yeah.
leave in August. He may never actually coach a game for Carolina. It's such a strange scenario. And obviously, he had a ton of leverage in this
Right.
conversation. If you're like, oh, you want to bring like the greatest coach of all time in the NFL
right.
to Carolina. But that's such a weird contract. And so that, I think, adds such an interesting dynamic to this that I hadn't really considered outside of, he just really wants to coach. And this is what, he didn't think an NFL opportunity was going to
Sure.
come. But this is like just such a weird dynamic where he could bail before he actually coaches a game for Carolina.
It's
But
bizarre, man.
everyone's worried about the recruiting aspect. He's not going to be recruited.
No, well, he doesn't have to go around
He'll be the
country.
closer.
Yeah.
Like, Nick
Well,
Saban didn't recruit.
Deion Sanders doesn't fly around the
Yeah,
country.
Nick Saban did.
Guys come to him, and then he'll talk to them there. I could see wanting to do a little bit of that and getting tired real fast, right? I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna go hit three spots in the country in the same day. But I think there will be people who want to go play for him.
Yeah.
So it's that's where I like the Coach Prime thing. I think probably opened the door for this possibility is that go a little outside of the box and see if that is enough of a draw, and they'll see if the same thing works for Belichick at Carolina.
It's funny talking Belichick at Carolina and Urban Meyer walks in.
Yeah. He probably have some thoughts.
Yeah, I bet he does. We're talking with Nicole Auerbach from NBC Sports here. Let's go to the college football bracket, the playoff. I love what they're trying to do. I feel like they got close to what they're trying to do.
Yes.
You can't tell me South Carolina beats Clemson and then SMU comes up short against Clemson, and that's a good enough loss that means they get in and South Carolina doesn't get in. I just the SMU and then buys for Arizona State and Boise, like they're close, but this ain't it.
Yeah, the seeding thing is the thing that I expect them to re-examine and fix, because I think that the Arizona State and Boise State getting buys and then being seeded 3 and 4, it affects the balance of the rest of the bracket, and it doesn't make sense. And then you have a situation where the number 1 overall seed in Oregon has the most challenging path to a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I think you fix that and you just rank them 1 through 12. You say, hey, the 5 conference champions get in, but then you rank them 1 through 12 and it doesn't confuse everyone and it's balanced. And then there's an incentive to want to be the number 1 team in the country. So I think they can fix that. That's something that I think they could fix for next year.
Yeah.
In terms of like the South Carolina question, that's more of just a, hey, how much do you value good wins over losses, late season wins over losses? And then the complication of them kind of locking those teams in the order that they did heading into championship weekend. It's hard, right? Because I do believe in head-to-head. Like, I do think South Carolina should have been ranked behind teams they lost to. But you're like, oh, it was a close game. Like, I'd rather see
that LSU game was
the LSU,
robbery.
yes. And then, like, I would love to see Lenora Sellers in the playoff. But I do think you have to adhere to some of these principles about what happened on the field. So I'm okay with it. But I think that you have to be careful of just deciding, oh, these are the best teams because we liked their rosters in July versus what actually happens on the field.
As long
Totally.
as you got human beings doing it, there'll always be somebody complaining.
I agree with that.
And if you go to 12, the 13th team's going to complain. You go to 16, 17 is going to complain.
We complain about like the
JP
68th
every
team
time.
in basketball.
In my defense, I root for Bama, and I didn't bring them up because you can't lose to Vandy.
When they lost
And
3
Oklahoma,
games.
the Oklahoma loss
Oklahoma-
was honestly even worse.
I think you have to
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah.
That's the
On that
message
note,
I'm
I can
getting.
talk about that for hours.
I feel like we could do this for a long time. Nicole, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it,
thanks for
Nicole.
having me.
Nicole Auerbach, NBC Sports. You can give her a follow at Nicole Auerbach, AUERBACH. Thank you very much. Dude, I've been following her a long time when she was at The Athletic. Really, really good reporter. Really knows her stuff. You can tell she's wired in with a lot of coaches and kind of, if you're going to do college sports, you got to know a lot of people, man.
Hell yeah.
I still think of all the teams, I think South Carolina got screwed the most.
How many games they lost?
3.
Okay, shouldn't be there. three lost teams should not be there.
I don't think a 3-loss team got in.
And
I
you
think that
can't
was the
argue from
cutoff.
if they lost 3 games, then Jay.
They got robbed by the referees against LSU. Straight robbery.
I think you had money on them, and that's why you still.
I
going
did that
around.
day for
Yeah,
sure.
that's why you
They
cheering for
covered.
them.
It's all
They lost.
All right, so the schedule's going to get a little interesting here. I believe Mark Ingram is going to join us soon. We're going to try to figure out Landini. I think Ingram's coming at 11:30. So what would you like me to do there? Go to break now? Okay. So we are live, USAA Radio Row for the Army-Navy game. Really cool. Urban Meyer's walking around. You can feel the juice starting to build up. A lot of folks get very involved for this game. We're about to go to break. Beamish, I wanted to read one thing to you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to enjoy this. You ready?
Let's go.
I believe he's going to be here later. He was unavailable for us. Amy Trask suggested teams looking for a new head coach would be wise to consider Ron Rivera, and when so doing, they should bear in mind that while with the Commanders, he couldn't focus on coaching, he had the weight of that entire organization on his shoulders. I have called my shot. 85 Bears, 40-year anniversary, 2025. Chicago's hiring. Nobody else to take the job. Watch me. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every Friday night, FanDuel is giving all customers a bigger payout on select
There's no stopping us right now. Right now. I tell you what, you get me out in public like this with people walking around, I do sing a little less.
You're not good either way, so just make a difference.
That is certainly true. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In just looks like seconds here, we're going to be joined by Mark Ingram, about to sit down with us. Obviously, I can't wait to talk to Ingram about Bama getting shafted, but we're going to talk plenty.
What?
About there's
3 wins.
There's a lot.
3 losses to me.
There's a lot to discuss. Mark, what's up, man?
What's up, Mark? What's up, baby?
JP, good to see you again. Mark Ingram set to join us right now here at the USAA Radio Row for the Army-Navy game. Mark, what's going on, man? How are you, buddy?
What's up? How you doing?
We're doing well, man. Thank you for making time for us. Obviously, you're a busy man.
Yeah.
The triple option. You got you got a lot going on, man.
Yeah, man. We just out here trying to stay busy, man. It's a good thing.
Oh, this game gonna keep you busy.
Hey, we're gonna see. It's my first time it's my first time experiencing it.
Oh,
so,
is it?
Yeah. So
Very cool.
yeah, I'm
Look at
excited
this.
about
You
it.
talk about rivalries, and when you look at this game, it's what the 125th
Yeah.
meeting.
Mhm.
JP said so, and watching these guys who play against each other hard,
Mm-hmm.
but gonna end up with each other on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a special dynamic. I
Mhm.
mean, these are people who, these are men and women that we have so much respect for, man, that serve our country.
Yeah.
You know, we get to watch them play a game that we love, but at the end of the day, they many of these men and women, you know, have the ultimate sacrifice for us. And so I'm super thankful and appreciative for everything that they do, everything that they stand for, because you know, I'm at home with my wife and my kids, and
Right.
you know, we have people that are out there really out here putting it all on the line for us, so we can have freedom and that we can feel safe. So I'm super thankful and appreciative for everyone, and I'm obviously excited that I get to watch them play the game that we all love. So it's a special dynamic, and I'm proud to be a part of it this week.
That's really, really well said there.
Thank you.
We're talking with Mark Ingram, Heisman Trophy winner. You can follow him at Mark Ingram II.
Yes, sir.
2 eyes at the end of that thing.
Yes, sir.
You can check out the triple option. There's a lot of content for Mark. I did. Obviously, this game is fascinating, but you also have this subplot of Bill Belichick going to
Wow.
Carolina.
Wow.
Like,
You ever think you'll see that?
Man, Belichick in college?
when I first heard it, I was like, "Oh, this is nuts."
No way, right?
Yeah.
Right? But with the new day and age that college football is in with NIL and how you kind of like have to manage like, you know, paying players and stuff, it almost is like a little mini league kind of. So, you know, now can he bring his philosophy and his strategy from, you know, the successful 6 Super Bowls that he won to the college ranks? That's to be seen. But when you talk about a coach who's seen it and done it at the highest level, there's not many that's done it like Bill Belichick. We talk about someone who's been able to evaluate talent. There's not people who've done it like Bill Belichick. So I believe in him, and obviously he believes in something special that he could do at UNC. And so I'm eager to see how it happens. I think it's great for college football. Obviously, I'm a big college football fan. We all are.
Sure.
So I think it's huge for college football, and hopefully he does a great job out there in North Carolina.
I wonder who his director of recruiting is going to be, because he's not going to be
Right. Right. Like, is he gonna be the one sitting in the house, is like telling mom and dad like why your son should come play for me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do wonder.
You don't got to recruit no more. You just got to open up that checkbook now.
There
Right?
it is. There you go.
Yeah, you
There
got to
go.
open up that checkbook.
Different world,
Yeah.
Coach. I do wonder. I'm particularly fascinated if on what level Deion's success at Colorado impacted Bill's thought. Like, yeah, I could go to Carolina and do this. And I wanted to ask you specifically about the Buffaloes with the Heisman Trophy coming up. I believe there's only been 2 non-quarterbacks to win this thing in the last 25 years, and it's you and Devontae Smith.
Yeah, and Derek too.
Derek Henry,
yeah,
sure.
Yeah. All Bama boys. That's
All
how
Bama boys. Who would you vote for the Heisman? Or maybe you have a vote as a former winner.
Yeah, I do have a vote.
Well,
And,
if you don't want to tell us, I get that.
Yeah,
but-
no. I think Travis Hunter, what he's been able to do, you talking about being, you could argue that he's not the best wide receiver, but you can't argue that he's not one of the top 2 or 3 wide receivers in the country. You can't argue that he's not the best DB in the country. So when you have someone going for over 1,000 yards and 15 touchdowns, also 4 interceptions, a game-winning forced fumble, allowed 1 touchdown all year long, the dude is just having a season that we've never seen before. We've seen people play two sides of the ball, but we haven't seen people play two sides of the ball at that high of a level. People say, oh, snap count this, snap count down. No, don't just listen to the snap. Don't just listen to what people say about snap count. Go watch him play.
Yeah.
Go watch him play.
It's true.
They don't throw his way because he's strapping people on defense, and then he makes spectacular catches on the offensive side of the football. Open, great ball skills. So you talk about just a guy who is rare, something that we'll probably never see again. You know, I think at one point last year he played like over 400 snaps in 2 games. Like he's playing 130, 140 snaps a game. But quality snaps, quality snaps.
Yeah.
Not like he's getting beat, not like he's taking a play off on offense. But then you have Ashton Genty,
who's a stud,
a baller. He'll be the first back taken in the draft. Then you talk about who has met most of their team, like him. If Boise State doesn't have Ashton Genty, are they?
We're not talking about them.
They're not in the playoff
with the first round bye,
right? Which is nuts.
With the first round bye. So like you talk about the impact of a player on a team and what he means to his team. I think it's hard to say anyone more than Ashton Genty. But if it wasn't for Travis Hunter's season he had, I think the Genty would win it with flying colors. But I think Travis Hunter's going to win it. He's been cleaning up all the other awards.
Right. Yeah.
So I think the next one up is the Heisman.
Yeah, I believe they should have a quarterback award and everybody else.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can always throw a quarterback out there.
Yeah.
You know, the quarterback, he's the best. No, but quarterbacks are dependent upon everybody else. So you should just have 2 awards and be done with it.
Yeah, bet quarterback of the year and then what, Heisman?
Right. Talking with Mark Ingram, 2009 Heisman Trophy winner, played more than a decade in the NFL, first-round pick from the Saints. Your career has been incredible.
Thank you.
What do you make of what Derrick Henry is still doing for the Ravens?
Man,
another Bama guy.
Yeah, he's just a special player, man. And you talk about the physical attributes. He's just an alien. 6'4", 260 pounds, running 4.5, running away from people. Just the physicality and the durability is just a testament to him. How he prepares, how he works, how he eats, the mindset. There's a lot of things that go into being successful for a long time and being able to run for him and Saquon, you know, are going crazy right now in the NFL. So
does it seem, I mean, you're a guy that went for over 8,000 yards in the NFL, 65 touchdowns as a pro, right? Like you had a very long, successful NFL career. Do you feel like what Henry, what Saquon, I mean, even you look at Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, do you feel like there's kind of this running back renaissance happening?
It's never been a running back unrenaissance,
but
it's just this narrative that
an appreciation again.
There's just this narrative that maybe people in the front offices or people in the scouting department, they try to push this narrative to devalue the position so you can get these elite running backs at a lower price.
Right.
You know what I mean? But now you're seeing like, okay, like New York, you're stupid. You let Saquon go.
You're probably all getting fired.
Yeah. You guys are dumb. You let your best player go, and now he's having the season, the best season of any player in the
for your rival
in the NFL for your rival. You talk about Tennessee, you just let Derrick Henry walk.
And
probably out of respect.
I will be sick.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not gonna sleep if you.
Right. But then you talk about Derrick Henry. I mean, Tennessee essentially let him walk. I think out of respect for what he did for that program, but he's having a huge year for the Ravens. Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, you mentioned. It's just special to see that these running backs are showing that the position is still extremely valuable. Genty showing that in Boise, and obviously, if you could run the football, if you could control the line of scrimmage, you have a great chance of winning the football game. So an elite running back is always invaluable to a team, in my opinion.
Isn't it amazing when they made the league where every quarterback gets paid?
Yes.
But the best running backs get underpaid.
You have to.
That makes no sense.
You have to pull teeth out to try and get paid.
That's stupid to me, man.
Yeah. Like you could just be a mid quarterback and get $45 million. Like
Daniel Jones.
I didn't want to say no names. I'm glad you did for me.
We'll name names around here.
Right. Okay, I like y'all. But $45 million just for being okay. You know what I mean? You're a backup. You get 8 to 9 to 10. You got to pull wisdom teeth out as a running back to get 9 to 10 million a year. You know what I mean? But that's just the state of every position has their market value. That's just the state of the position. If you play quarterback and you're decent, you're getting $50 million now a year.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? So
it's crazy. Speaking of quarterbacks here in Washington,
Yeah.
what do you think of the youngster, Jaden
Oh,
Daniels?
man, he's a beast, man. I'm so happy that he's not playing for LSU anymore. 'Cause, you know what I mean? I was sick of watching him for 2 years, but he's just a special player, man, and I knew it. I was actually at Alabama, LSU 2 years ago when he had that game winner,
Sure.
2-point conversion. They went for 2 and they won. I was like, oh, this dude is different. And he obviously went back to last year, won the Heisman, and improved even more. But he can just throw the football. He has the right mindset, the right mentality. He can run, obviously electric with his legs. But as a rookie quarterback, to have a whole team and a whole organization behind you, that just tells you everything you need to know. And so because you always believe in your teammates, but for a rookie quarterback and for you to have everyone offensively, defensively, front office, fans, everyone supporting this young man, he's set up for success here in Washington. He's a special player. He's a really good player. I think he's going to be a great player. I think they found their quarterback here in Washington.
Well, he has to help. We have your guy, B-Rob.
Yeah, B-Rob.
B-Rob is
Yep.
a beast, man.
B-Rob, Scary Terry. You know what I mean? Got some players around him. Got the defense. You know, it takes a full team. You know,
Totally.
He came into a really good position. You know, got some good support. Got good coaching around him. And the situation you go to, and it matters.
Totally.
You know, you go to Carolina, like Bryce Young, they try to bench you, and then they bring you back, you balling. They're like, oh, what happened? Nothing happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but or like even Caleb in Chicago, you know what I mean? So the situation, the place you go, and the people who are around you matter so much, and I think he's in a great situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking with Mark Ingram here. You check out the Triple Option Podcast. Give him a follow at Mark Ingram II. This is a relatively simple question. Now, these are my people. My boy Tripp at Innisfree. I don't know if you know
Innisfree. What you know about? What you know
I'm telling
about?
you, I know about T-Town.
Okay.
Did Bama get screwed?
First and foremost, I think they have no one to blame but themselves because you control your own destiny essentially, and you lose games that you're not supposed to, and you end up leaving your fate to outside factors, right?
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, when you talk about the last spot in the playoff, I think they were the most deserving out of anybody out of the 4 or 5 teams. You put SMU in, and they have no CFP ranked top 25 wins. The combined record of their opponents is less than 500. And guess what? Guess how you get in? By just winning. Win the damn championship. And none of us have this conversation. Right. But you guys go and take an L. So guess what? They say you're not supposed to be punished for playing in the conference championship. You don't get punished if it's the Big Ten championship and it's 1 versus 3. Right. You don't get punished if it's the SEC championship and it's 2 versus 5. You get punished if it's a booty conference and you don't win it. Like, you get punished.
Yeah.
So they go and they lose to a 3-loss team in Clemson. Like, no, you should get booted. You should.
That is
out.
a 3-loss team that's in. It's Clemson.
Yes.
Clemson?
So everyone's
Yes.
like a 3-loss team. They're a
right.
3-loss conference champion, and I respect Clemson because guess what they did? They scheduled Georgia. They scheduled South Carolina, and they lost both of those games.
Right.
You know what I mean? So and Bama beat both of those teams.
I know.
So you're conference champ. You know what I mean? So
I think, dude, you can almost make a better case for South Carolina.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the bad losses.
The problem is
they beat Clemson, and then 2 weeks later, Clemson gets in.
Right. The problem is South Carolina lost to Alabama, and they lost to Ole Miss. So you can't really head-to-head matters.
Totally. Yeah.
Head-to-head matters.
100%.
So as hot as they were at the end of the year, it's hard to jump them when they lost to Bama and they lost to Ole Miss.
I'm with you.
But you're
like,
right.
I feel like the playoff is close to being perfect.
It's almost there.
It's just not quite.
I don't think they ever get perfect. They'll get close, but they'll never, because there's gonna be someone gonna
be
always
left out.
Upset.
But at the same time, like
Terps.
At the same time, the top 4 teams should have the buys regardless.
Yes.
Like you should be an automatic qualifier, but that doesn't mean you get an automatic buy.
I believe
100%. Just rank them.
Yeah.
You rank them after the people are in, and then the top 12 go.
Yes.
Don't tell me just because this guy won his championship and he was way down, he's supposed to go.
Yeah, like Arizona State was like ranked 16 or 13 or something, and they got a first round bye because it's the 4
Boise.
It's the 4 highest ranked conference champions that get buys.
So, you got to fix it.
Yeah.
You're a busy man. Thank you for making time for us. Everybody, check him out at Mark Ingram II. Check out the Triple Option Podcast.
Yes, I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, dude. This is
man.
great.
It was
really
great,
appreciate
man.
it.
Thank you guys, man. I appreciate it.
All right, that is Mark Ingram joining us. Really, I always enjoy your content. Thank you, man. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins the program at 12:15. 1067 The Fan. Things are happening here, baby. We are at Radio Row USAA presented by for the Army-Navy game. Pretty exciting day here. We just talked to Mark Ingram, former Heisman Trophy winner. If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey app and listen to it. He's awesome. You know what makes me happy when we do these remotes, B, is sometimes you kind of end up doing stuff, whatever. Both Auerbach that we had at the top of the hour and Ingram that just joined us, like I'm fans of their content. Like I've consumed their content for some time. I follow them on my own. And I love when you get those opportunities rather than like kind of the canned stuff that you just kind of have to do.
Totally.
Speaking of, it's going to be very, very busy throughout the rest of the program. RG3 set to join us at 1:30. Mike Mayock set to join us at 12:45. Also going to talk to USAA CEO Wayne Peacock at between 1 and 1:15, I think. Listen, USAA is the one putting all this together.
Yeah.
And the people that have
talk to the money.
The people that have USAA swear by that joint.
Yeah.
We don't get to have it. All right. I bet you could get it because your pop was in the military.
Yeah.
I don't know like the stipulations there, but I guess we'll find out. And in about 20 minutes, Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join the program. He makes his weekly picks with us. We appreciate the governor. A couple other things to talk about this week, too.
What else? Commanders?
Maybe.
All right.
Seems kind of relevant.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I think we might have to ask a question.
We
Gov.
talked a lot about it, believe me.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean to the governor?
Yeah, to the governor.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
you and I.
The stadium and
the beer in the grocery store.
Yeah, the liquids in the grocery store. The good liquids.
Yeah, exactly. I think, kind of gearing up for this game this weekend. It was cool talking to Ingram and telling him we're going to New Orleans tomorrow for the game. Or I guess you're going today. Defensively, B, we've had such a focused week offensively because of Noah Brown.
Uh-huh.
Who do you think needs to ball out in this thing defensively?
I'm going to go with Bobby Wagner. I'm about to say Bobby Taylor. Bobby Wagner. I think because if he can help in that running game, that's going to help out because Kamara, you don't want him to get started. I also feel that Luvu can do some magnificent things. The pass rushing, he has capabilities, and also his defense ability to go sideline to sideline. He can help out a lot in that too. I believe you can't allow, whether it's Rattler or Hainer, you can't allow either one of those guys to get into confidence.
We now know. Hainer.
Can't allow him to get into confidence.
Dude, I totally agree with that. I'd like to see them be really aggressive with Hainer right away.
Yeah. Make him have to make quick decisions.
Right. And that's apparently what he's good at. The scouting report will tell you that he's a good processor and gets the ball out of his hand fast. Mm-hmm. There is next to no film on this dude.
Getting the ball out your hand fast when no one is rushing.
He was the backup to Derek Carr. He's not good at anything.
That's fair.
I knew it was coming, Landon.
Yo, the way Landfield jumped in right there, I thought he was just talking into my ear and like something was going on and we had to throw to a news break. I didn't realize that was over the air. Yeah, Landfield, you might be onto something there, bud. Landfield, I have a news break for you. They served food at 11:30, and I walked over into the room when we took our last break at whatever that was, 40.
Uh-huh.
And guess who the first dude in line was?
Jeff?
Chris Russell.
Oh, okay,
Chris,
yeah.
Chris is taking this thing serious. He said he got a free hotel room, so he eating all the free food. He can at least go buy his own damn food.
Didn't he already go to the breakfast this morning?
Yeah, he's a trip, man.
Chris Russell, he's either 4 hours early or 20 minutes late.
Yeah,
it's eating everything in sight.
Landville, were you impressed by how early I was today for the program?
No.
No.
I was here like 13 minutes ahead of time.
I mean, that is very early for you.
I'm just saying.
He was less than that. He was about right when he walked up. I was about to start that show. It was at 9:51.
I had been here though. I was taking in the scenery.
If you're not here, you're not here.
Well, okay, Brian.
You can't do the show from over there.
If we're gonna get technical, you weren't here when the show started.
I was here.
You were there.
I was sitting right there.
Yeah,
because you're gonna talk.
That
5
ain't
minutes.
here. That's
You
there.
talk 5 minutes before I would say something, so I was giving you 5 minutes.
That is not accurate.
Yeah,
I got a button situation. Do I need to button this for all the streamers? I don't want to be showing the goods. Although you did kind of undress yourself earlier in the program.
Hey, man. I'm not worried about nobody in the stream about what they gonna get, nothing like that. So I'm not worried about all that.
Checking in on the folks in the stream. Tay Dub is the first guy I see. Happy Friday, Tay.
What up, Tay?
Happy Friday to all those in the stream. Appreciate you hanging out. Honestly, I don't know what Deb's talking about, but she just wrote chicken thighs for Popeyes. I'm into that. If somebody wants to bring by some chicken thighs, you have our full support.
I don't know if they can get it to us, Jay.
That's a good point. You do have to go through security to get here. So if you are a felon,
Oh, we're gonna hold that for you.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I was working security, somebody came through with some Popeyes, I'll tell them straight up, I'm gonna hold that for you. And when they get back and say, "Oh man," they say I had to throw it away, as I have chicken little crumbs all over my lips.
All the grief you give me whenever I steal food out of the office refrigerator, and you're just gonna confiscate people's Popeyes.
First of all, you're stealing, but I know there's something against probably bringing all that crap into here, so I'm gonna hold it for you.
It'd be cool with me if somebody wants to try and just see if they can sneak in Popeyes. It's okay with me. But I'm quite happy with cold cuts, chicken salad. I got no complaints.
Okay.
I'm happy here. I like it here. I'd like to be here more often. Don't you think?
I guess.
Yo, it's crazy how the internet's always listening. I just got an email from Popeyes. Combo number 5-piece tenders, 2 regular sides.
They listen to you more than anybody else because you get all this stuff,
bruh.
That's all the new stuff coming to you.
They get me too, and I'm just like order. Looking at this game this weekend, I think you got to lean on your linebackers, and maybe it's Chin in this situation because I think you need somebody with a little more speed to deal with Kamara, and obviously Bobby and Luvu are going to play a huge role.
But he's at the third level. If he's
Chin's playing up by the up in the box pretty regularly.
All right, well, I need him to be playing real tight to the line then, because if he's getting to the third level, that's a problem. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I think I look at Wagner and Luvu as guys that help because they're the ones that can fill the gaps for the D linemen and stuff like that. But then, and I think Chin is close enough to where if he gets there and he's about to split through it, hit him.
Yeah, I think you really got to put some wood to him. One thing that's going to be fascinating is when the Saints had their serious swoon, their O-line was a train wreck, but their O-line's kind of healthy again. And I do think that's a big factor in all this. But obviously, I think Washington needs to control this thing off the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, don't let this become a Cowboys situation where you cannot score or move the ball early.
Start fast,
and don't let they did against Tennessee.
Yeah,
there's a way to beat lesser teams, and it's getting on them.
Get
early.
up on them, make them quit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, 12:15.
Like I do you on the golf course.
I know. I usually start well and then just completely
still
fall
be beating,
apart.
so you know you're about to go bad. You just
but like you beating me is not an accomplishment.
Yeah, but if you were to start off fast and I'm down, then you may get a little confidence. I'm not gonna let you get there.
Then I'm gonna get 2 transfusions at the turn.
Well, I'm gonna order you in the second hole. I'm getting you right.
The second hole. Pardon me. Oh,
I'm getting you right, homie.
You've heard. I think Biaggi's actually coming up here. You've heard us talk for years about our relationship with the Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers in the DMV for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they got to be doing something right. Oarsman has locations all over Northern Virginia. From Alexandria to Chantilly, they got all the different cars, all the makes, all the models, everything you're looking for. Great financing rates and incredible deals. And let's not forget the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
You do not want to forget the Oarsman Lifetime Edge because they give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance and loaner cars with every major maintenance. And they give you that lifetime engine guarantee. And if you're looking to sell a car, you take it to Oarsman. They're going to pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fam. Lot going on at the Army-Navy game. USAA presenting Radio Row for Army-Navy. Very cool scene here, man. There's a lot of folks walking around. We're going to be joined by Mike Mayock in a little while. We're going to be joined by RG3 coming up at 1:30. Busy day. It's going to be a little
more subdued Radio Row compared to the big-ass Super Bowl one.
Oh, yeah. I like this. It feels like way more intimate.
Yeah.
And, you know, you get attached to something with the Army-Navy, you feel your patriotic side a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's very different. What else is very different is my man Jeff.
He's different.
Jeff's a different-ass dude. So Jeff made his song like he always does, and we appreciate you for that, and just never sent it to landfill, and then didn't understand why it wasn't on the show sheet. And
nobody ever got it
because he never sent the email. Jeff, feel free to defend yourself if I'm saying anything inaccurate, but
you know what? For once, JP, you are absolutely correct. 100%. I don't have no fight back for it. You got it.
Yeah. Okay. But the good news is we do have Jeff's song. We're going to play that in just a moment. You know, it's interesting getting into this thing. Jake Haener is going to be the starting quarterback for the Saints. Washington, again, might have a little bit of kicker trouble. DQ is going to be addressing the media relatively soon. I think they'll stream that. I also think Marshawn Lattimore is going to address the media relatively soon. A lot of moving parts here. Does the kicker situation give you any bit of pause, B?
I don't. It doesn't give me pause because they're preparing for it.
Yes.
Listen, man. I think if we go out and score a damn touchdown, we don't have to worry about the damn kicker.
I agree with that.
You know,
6s, not 3s.
Yeah.
I think Jaden's going to be really, really prepared for this one. You know what I wanted to do and I didn't when Ingram was here?
What?
You know that famous picture of him and Derrick Henry? Where Derrick Henry, it's like a weird angle, and Derrick Henry looks like he's like 2 feet taller than him. I wanted to ask about that, but I think we have to build the relationship a little bit more before I can get to that.
He likes us.
Right, but like, you could probably ask him.
Yeah, you just got to do it in the cool way. Don't do it in the corny way.
Well, I didn't ask. I thought for
man,
step
when you
one,
took that picture with Derrick look huge, man.
I was going to say, I was like, man, what was wrong with the camera?
I just, you just come in with a jokey joke and he go with it. But don't say, man, you look small as hell. You know what I mean?
Correct. In about 10 minutes, Maryland Governor Wes Moore will be joining the program, making his picks. He is red hot on the season. He can make some money with the Gov. But I think we should get to Jeff's song, honestly.
Let's go.
So we got week 15. Time flies in NFL football season. You know what was interesting is earlier this week, a lot of different times Jaden gets asked, what's it like? And finally he's like, man, the only real thing I've noticed is that the NFL season is really long.
Hey, and every rookie realizes that right after that 11th week,
right?
They know, oh, damn.
They're used to getting ready for a bowl game.
Well, we still got games.
And I mean, even right now, there's a month left in the season.
Damn straight.
That Dallas game is what, January 5th or something?
It's wild, bro.
It is a long one. Jeffrey.
Hey man, we in New Orleans. We fresh off a bye week, and we got some goals to achieve. Let's get it, Landini.
Oh yeah, it's go time in New Orleans. But we gonna hit them placking in style. Minotti, hit them horns. See, I always come with a question, but this week I got the answer. They say, who that? Who that? We that. Left hand up if you really believe that. They say, who that? Who that? We that. Left hand up if you really believe that. Okay, let's get it. 8 and 5 at the bye. Second place in the division in the playoff race. 7 places where we sitting, but we could get the 6 of Carol bid if we keep winning. When it seems so marching in, they gon' get an ass kicking. Gotta do them dirty to continue on our mission. We clear out any smoke in the way of the vision. So the Saints, Falcons, Eagles, and the Cowboys gotta get it. They say, who that? Who that? We that. Left hand up if you really believe that. They say, who that? Who that? We that. Left hand up if you really believe that. Y'all know who we are.
You don't gotta keep asking us that dumb question. Burgundy and gold. Let's keep our eyes on the prize. We got a playoff run to make. Knuckle up records.
Jeff, I love it. I think that's a good one, dude. I think you did really good.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah,
Give us
Jeff.
the inspiration there.
Good start there, Jeff.
The inspiration. I had a whole lot of inspiration. One, I hate that who that stuff. Like I don't know what it. I'm just a hater of it. Who that? Who that?
I think the dumbest is that there's who dat and who day.
Yeah,
Now, who that is good? Who they? What the hell is that?
but
Not even English.
and then I was trying to sound like Juvenile on the track. It's Juvie, my boy. And I don't know if you heard it in the beginning, but I shouted my boy B out. I said, we in New Orleans, but we gonna hit them Plaquemine style.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, hit them horns.
Yeah, I'm sure going there. I'm bringing some go-go down to the gumbo.
Go to the gumbo. Let's go. I'm fired up. B talks about gumbo a lot, and he gets to consume gumbo a lot. I do not. I'm getting some this weekend.
Go to Giacomo's.
Dude, you got to get a table. I'm
You
like,
can order a damn table.
I am confident that Saturday night at Giacomo's
I'm
completely packed.
I'm gonna call Giacomo's.
I got something cooking, dude. Don't worry about it. Here's what we're gonna do. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins the program next.
Mr. Warren G. They got Warren G, the governor. Y'all call him Warren G.
We are waiting on
2-1 and Lewis.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore to call in. B, I just did the math. So the governor has been texting me picks the last few weeks. We haven't had him on it for a few weeks because it was Thanksgiving. Then it was a bye week. We were out of town. And now we're back, baby. It's a final stretch. The governor is, I mean, this is absurd. 47 and 24 on the year making NFL picks.
Nice.
Dude, I mean, that's plus 23. If you were betting these picks, you'd be making a lot of money. And granted,
What tells you I wasn't?
there you go. It's money line action, but man, it'd be you'd be doing quite well.
Hey, as long as you win.
For sure. Obviously, there's plenty to discuss with the governor. We got 5 games lined up. As soon as he calls in, we'll go right to him. I also see another major celebrity walking around. Is that Jordan Giorgio over there?
I tell you blowing up. Say you might be talking to a star right now.
We'll see. See if she's got a publicist or something that we can.
She was Duncan.
That we can book her. Not right now, Jeff, because we got to go to the Gov whenever he comes in. But.
Jeff was working.
Wait. She's walking by. We'll see if we'll
see if she remember us.
Well, she's with Leon. She actually has a publicist. What's up, guys? Hey, LD, how are you, bud?
What up, bud?
Jordan is welcome to sit down should she have the time. Yeah, get in here. Okay. All right, Jordan Giorgio.
This is an honor. This is an absolute honor.
Jordan Giorgio.
Oh my gosh.
Now, how many times do you think Jordan has blown us off when we try to get her on the radio?
Are you kidding me? I asked you. Never. You ask it when you talk to this guy over here. I'm supposed to be working.
This is kind of work, right, Leon?
Yeah,
Working?
I guess so. Hey, but you owe me an interview after this.
I owe you an interview.
Yeah, because we have some things to check off our list.
Oh,
yeah.
Whatever I can do.
How are we doing, boys?
How
We're good.
How are you? You
okay? I'm so good.
how wild is?
I saw a white jacket, like
All right,
shawl
Stop.
type thing.
So
And
Jordan
I heard
Giorgio.
this lady's blowing up.
No.
That's what dude. All right, so let's do a few things here.
Okay.
I want to tell you this.
Yeah.
We are waiting on a phone call from the governor of Maryland. So when he calls in, you're
See
welcome
ya.
to hang.
Okay.
But we do have to take his call when he calls.
Will do.
But Jordan is a dear friend of ours. We all worked together for years, pre, post, all of the stuff.
That was
at
my
the
little
old
sister, man.
NBC
Aw.
Sports, Washington. You left for the CBS Sports gig in July-ish?
About I think August.
Like before football season.
Yeah. So we were in Italy for my wedding.
Which was wild.
We won't bring it up. B. Mitch not showing up. That's okay.
I told you I
What-
wasn't gonna show up.
I know. This is true. So we were literally
It
in
was
Italy and got the call, and it was, hey, we need to move down to Florida, which is where our second HQ is. So there's an HQ in Connecticut and then in Fort Lauderdale.
Much
so
better place
made the
to be
move
in
to Florida.
Florida.
Oh yeah.
Much
I
better.
think when the news came, weren't
Mhm.
we all at the bar and taking
Yes.
tequila shots?
We were.
Yeah, all right.
That's
I thought
exactly
I thought I
with
remembered
Mitch
that.
Tischler. Oh,
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
whose idea that was? Mitch
Anthony's.
Tischler. No,
Was it?
it was definitely
Okay.
Mitch's. It's always the tequila is always Mitch's.
Most
idea.
bad ideas start from Mitch Tischler.
Yeah.
That's one.
This is so
Never
true.
me, B.
No.
Never me.
Nah, you just whisper in his ear and he just says whatever
B.
he
Mitch is
hears.
just thanking his lucky stars he wasn't there. It
You
was
would have enjoyed
dangerous.
it, B.
It was a good time.
All right. So you started CBS Sports
Yep.
for football season, and you're doing a ton of college, ton of
Yes.
pros. How much fun has it been? What's been kind of the highlight? I know you guys were at the Big Ten
my gosh.
championship game.
We have been turning and burning. Every Saturday morning, we have a 3-hour pregame show on CBS Sports HQ. And so I started mainly, that's my main gig. It's hosting the college football pregame show for CBS Sports HQ. But the biggest highlight has been, and we didn't know this to start the season really, but we went to the Big Ten championship game. We had a full setup with my
Where was it?
my
Indy?
aunt. It was in Indianapolis. So Cardell Jones was there. He was hoping his Buckeyes were going to be there. Unfortunately, Penn State somehow snuck their way in. So that was
Lose
interesting.
at home to Michigan. You're not going to the Big
You're
Ten
not going
title
to Big
game.
Ten.
You should have seen the Penn State fans there.
Oh, I bet.
Thinking Cardell left and right. Can I buy you shots? Thanks so much
Oh,
that your
wow.
Buckeyes didn't make it. And Danny Cannell, of course, Damian Harris. Danny's been on the program.
Yeah.
Right? He's come
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Danny's great.
So that would probably be the highlight. It was insane. It was a full weekend of coverage, and it did really well.
That's
We've
awesome.
been doing really well.
Danny's a guy that likes to stir that pot.
Oh yeah,
He's a pot
SEC
stirrer.
bias, baby.
Yeah.
SEC sucks if you asked him.
For you,
Yeah.
as a very proud Florida State Seminole,
Oh, like
for the ACC to get 2 teams in
Oh.
and all these SEC teams to be out, do you think it's the right call?
I was worried where you were going to go with that question.
I didn't
because
I'm not trying to rub
I know.
anything in today.
I
You're
I
too big of a celebrity now for me to
okay,
mess
thank
with.
you. You're in the presence of a superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Talking
I
about
love it
Leon?
for the sport. Yeah. Yes. This guy. I think it's great for the sport. I love to see it. And I think the committee got it right. I think they got it right. I was really worried that a 3-loss Alabama was going to sneak in there and it was going to ruin things for the coming years. But here we are. I think they got it right. I'm excited to see it all play out. I think the Big 12 was the most interesting thing.
That
I was
wacky,
pulling for a Colorado. How great would it be to have a Colorado?
Dude,
And-
if Deion was in, oh, it'd be crazy.
Sign me up for all that. So we'll
Well,
see.
And if you think about Colorado from a talent perspective,
Mhm.
they've probably got the top 2 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Like it's probably going to go Shador, I mean, maybe Ward goes ahead of him just
Yeah.
for the quarterback, but like they're going to have 2 of the top 3 picks.
Who
for
holds
sure.
the number 1 pick at
I
this
mean,
moment?
it's still it's still going
The
to
Giants
move.
probably
It's
right
Gi-
now.
I think right now it's the Raiders.
Raiders.
Ooh.
I think it'd be Raiders then Giants.
Do they go Travis or do they go Shador?
They both need quarterbacks. I think if that holds, I
Yeah.
think it would be Shador, Ward, then
Yeah.
Travis at 3.
Yeah.
Just because people are going to overdraft the quarterback position.
By the way, I've been listening to the program. And just one little note. As
Oh.
I was driving in here, you guys need to clarify. You're talking about a game. You're talking about Sunday's game or this game. Army Navy. I couldn't tell. I need a
When
clarification.
we're talking about Army Navy, they know it's tomorrow.
Oh,
we're talking
okay,
about
good.
Commanders. They
I'm
know
just.
it's Sunday.
They know. Okay, they just know. They just pick up on
We
it.
expect
Okay.
them to know.
If
I would hope so.
If anybody gets up tomorrow looking for the Commanders to
Yeah.
play, then they need to stop smoking.
Okay.
They
Wait,
smoke.
so you guys are on the you're traveling
flies
soon,
out
right?
today.
I'm gone today.
B needs more time
When
in
do you leave?
Louisiana. I'm on a flight tomorrow morning.
Weather's looking good. You're
I
not going to
think
be
so.
delayed? Okay.
LD, how do you think B's going to do in Louisiana? You think he'll enjoy
Always
himself?
do great.
Yo, they set me up on Channel 4 yesterday, of all places. They're like, JP Finley live in Ashburn, preparing to go to New Orleans, where I'm sure he'll behave well. I'm like, hey, this is buttoned up over here. This is Channel 4. Let's take it
So-
easy.
You can't.
My
you gotta be
reputation
professional.
precedes-
Believe me,
Yeah.
your boss is probably
You got to
turn it up more than you do.
I think McDonough set me up right there.
Yeah, there you
Um,
go. Is-
So, can we talk about the last week or 10 days for you?
dude,
Dude.
insane.
Yes. So we're-
Insane.
Jordan Giorgio is joining us now live here from Radio Row, USAA presenting Radio Row for the Army Navy game.
Tell Anthony Coleman when you get out of line.
Yeah, he does. He does. He does.
So you obviously had a hell of a football season,
Mhm.
great run, all sorts of excitement, and then this Barstool thing hits.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. I thought you
Yeah.
meant the travel and how I was in Indy and here I am.
No,
Back to Florida. Oh, okay. it's
we
been
could do that
crazy.
too.
We can do both. Let's do
Okay.
both. Let's do both.
Start with
Let's
the
do the Barstool
Barstool
thing.
article.
Yeah.
All I did was post a photo. There was no.
I thought it
skin.
was
By the
white.
way,
That was
were
the
you
white.
proud of me?
The cream.
No skin needed to be shown.
The cream. You were
Nothing.
covered up.
I was covered up, making
you-
my guy proud
Let's
over
be
here.
real. Let's be real. There are some people who are pretty who don't know what they're talking about. She knows what the hell she's talking
Aw,
about. And I think
you're
that
the
blew it up
best.
even more.
No,
I agree.
Yeah.
But what's it like for you and your husband? Ant is on Barstool now. So people, for our listeners, you got to understand, we know Jordan and Anthony very
She
well.
told him she'll drag him along.
Yeah. Listen, Anthony. Anthony got sent the article.
I got
a
sent the
handful of
article
times.
like
Did you?
50 times.
Well, you know what? Thanks so much for shouting me out too on your own page. I appreciate that. We need all the good publicity we can
Sure.
get, right?
Sure.
Everyone just advised Anthony stay out of the comment section, my guy. Just
Yeah.
stay out of the comments.
Oh,
section.
yeah.
We're
Oh,
all
yeah.
set with that.
Hey,
Unless
if you're not totally confident, don't watch it.
yeah, exactly.
So-
So
if I may,
Yes,
and I
you
don't mean this
absolutely can.
out of pocket,
no,
Anthony's a pretty good looking fella too.
good looking
So,
dude.
I think you guys.
He means it out of pocket.
Yeah.
I'm knowing this one.
But the best part about it is that all the comments, everyone did some stalking, did their due diligence, their research, and they gave Anthony his props. So he had a little bit of shine there as well. So that's where we ended up. And
Tell him if you need help, call me. I
yeah,
got it.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
know
don't
people
call
in
me.
high places.
You'll fend off all the guys.
So what is remarkable,
Yeah.
the headline on Barstool says another CFB reporter is going viral and winning over fans' hearts. And this time it's CBS sports star Jordan Giorgio. Star.
Yeah,
I mean,
star.
Come on.
And look, she's like said, no skin.
Dude, you're
No
wearing a turtleneck.
I'm wearing-
Like this is hardly
I'm wearing-
risque.
I know.
Like,
Right. I would add, B, that we all have the same representation at this table, and only Jordan's making Barstool. So we might need to call Boomer or something. I don't know.
oh, we can be as cute as she
We
is.
can, yeah, or just be as cute as I am.
Or be
I don't know.
his wife.
There you go. There you go.
I do love this from the article. I was at the wedding. This wedding was outrageous. They say, what a run for Miss Giorgio. All I know is that this last weekend wasn't the last we'll be seeing out of her.
Oh.
And if CBS Sports has an inkling of a brain, they'll blank check Jordan here before she's on Monday Night Football or something.
Oh God. I mean, we're really reaching for the stars. I
Hang
appreciate
on now.
this.
Hey, keep reaching.
Some unfortunate
Well.
bad news for the fellas out there saying they're single in her replies, though. Look at the size of that rock on her hand. I did some further research, and I'm not trying to be dramatic, but she may have had one of the most luxurious weddings of all time.
Can confirm.
Can confirm.
Can confirm.
The questions I got about that wedding
Stop.
when I got back, people were mesmerized.
Well, I hope you spoke very highly
It
about
was
it because,
fantastic.
but I was really worried that your travel situation coming home from Italy was going to just deter the whole.
It wasn't
weekend.
great,
Yeah,
but,
wasn't ideal.
It wasn't great, but dude, it like that's the kind of thing that's inconvenient for a day.
Yes,
What you
this is
remember
true.
from the trip is just that the whole thing was
Right,
fantastic.
100%.
It was something.
It was. What was 007X?
I have no idea what that
How was
is.
it watching
007.
from afar? How was it watching from afar?
when
B-Mitch?
you're riding like the boats and all that. All of that that's
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
007,
like
man.
James Bond.
Yeah, James
Yeah,
Bond.
yeah.
Dude, I took a boat out on Lake Como. It was awesome.
And you
I'll be
drove it.
honest- I'll
I
be
drove
honest
that
with you.
joint.
I'll be honest with you. When you told me you were doing that, I was worried for the kids in the alarm.
We had a couple bottles of wine, some
Yeah.
prosciutto.
I was
Things were
truly
dangerous.
worried for them
No, we were
at
good.
that point
We were
because I
good.
don't trust you doing stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, there are times I know how to behave.
JP, no, no. I've been with you in a situation where you're supposed to behave, and then I look at you and I'm like, that is not the person I came here with.
That's true. So, Jordan,
Yeah.
two things.
Yes.
We kind of kidnapped you. So if you have to go
You
do
did-
stuff,
You
that's
know,
okay.
They're all just sitting here waiting for us to start.
LD, if you got to go, you just tell us. You go. Okay.
Kind of, sort of.
You talked about B watching the wedding from afar.
Mhm.
What about?
That was kind of a shot at me.
Yeah,
That
it
was.
sure was.
It always will be.
What about for you? We've all suffered through some terrible Redskins football team Commanders seasons, right? Now you're doing your thing. You're in Florida, and they're good.
Dude.
And they've got a quarterback, and they've got all these things cooking.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And what a time. Of course, I leave. Here we are, turning and burning. It's been fun to watch. I got to tell you, I'm in the office at CBS every Sunday, covering mainly college football, especially during the season. But I watch every single Sunday with my guy. You know, Dave Richard. You have Dave
Sure.
Richard on the program.
He does the junkies every week. But
Yes,
Dave's great.
yeah, that's right.
Great dude.
He is awesome. So I watch with them, and it's just like what a time. And it's unfortunate that I'm not here covering it with you guys. And I would kill to do it. So maybe we'll do this again. You
But
know
you're
what?
here
I think
now.
you
Why
sold
you
me.
here?
Why am I
Yeah, why
here?
are you
I
here?
am here with Events DC. You guys, we are covering the Army, Navy, the whole weekend. And so we will be here at Media Row. We're doing some interviews. Then we're going to go over to the block party. We got the Patriot games. It's a whole weekend. We'll be out at the game as well. You guys gonna
Where's
go
the
to the
block party?
game? The block party. Where actually is it?
By Nats Park. Okay,
My Nats,
cool.
so we have a full
Wear a
day of
coat.
plans. Oh yeah. I need some gloves actually. I forgot
I
to pack
I
those.
thought they were going to have us outdoors for the radio show.
I
No,
thought
I
I
was
that
was like,
too.
yo, this is 4 hours long.
You
Yeah.
know what I told him? I said, if we outside, I'm not doing
No,
radio.
no. I would have been the guest host.
What's tough for us
Yep.
is I would love to go to Army Navy, but
What do you, oh,
The
duh,
Commanders
yeah,
are in
that's
New
right,
Orleans,
that's right,
so
you're not gonna
B's
go.
leaving today. I'm leaving tomorrow. We'll be
That's
down
right.
there. But
Okay, well, I'll send you some clips. Maybe FaceTime in. Who
yeah,
knows?
sure.
Yeah,
Would love to.
I'm looking forward to
Valos last night or tonight? When are we
Okay,
going?
so I was supposed to go last night. Did not make it. Was dead. We had so much going on, but I'm gonna go tonight.
Okay.
Valos. We'll see
You-
you there.
How many nights have you slept at home in the last week? Your voice sounds like me
It's-
after Vegas.
It's so true. Probably
Nah,
like
she
three
don't sound
nights,
that
3 nights
bad.
in like 10 days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 nights and 10
Yeah,
days.
so it's been brutal, but
I would
it's been
tell
fun.
you to get some rest, but I know you're not going.
no shot. We got Balos tonight. I wish you guys are gonna be here, but safe travels. To
I'd
New
give it
Orleans.
like a 3% chance I show up to Balos.
Okay,
No.
let's do it. I will
He's not
ride with
coming.
that.
He's not coming.
3%.
If I have a bottle of Tito's ready for him, he's coming.
He's not coming.
He's in. Maybe I'll
I-
give Lauren a call.
It might be like 1.5%.
1.5. That's no. We need a little bit
That's
more
good.
than that. I'll take the 3. 0%. What time's the
You
flight?
know Biaggi, right?
Yeah, he'll come. I know. My
Biaggi's
guy's gonna
probably
be there.
coming, for
Yeah, he
sure.
said say less. What time's your flight?
8?
Okay.
8 kids. Don't tell anybody. Ainsley, I hope you're not
He's not
listening.
coming.
Oh no.
We might be going to Chuck E. Cheese today.
He's not coming.
Do you want to come with me to Chuck E. Cheese?
What time?
It's Charles E. Cheese.
I'm
Let's
down.
move forward.
I'm down.
School gets out at 3:00. Then you got to drive to Rockville. I don't know. Say it's 3:30ish. Chuck E. Cheese.
School. Your schedule. We cannot be more
we're-
different.
yeah. So
I'm
you
living the dream.
you do school pickup and Chuck E. Cheese, and I'll go to Ballo's.
Let's say less. You know what? I'm sure the kids would absolutely love it.
Go work.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you-
guys. I
thank you for
appreciate it.
mingling
Hey,
with us.
I'm
hey,
getting
you owe
texts
me an
about
interview
Jordan.
after this.
Uh,
Who said?
I did too.
Spill the tea.
I
Spill the
did
tea.
too.
All right, you guys.
I-
You owe me an interview after this. You
A
promise?
buddy of mine that is very involved in the college football world, a coach,
Really?
just texted me. Jordan is the best. Knows her
Aw,
stuff.
I love that. All right, we'll end it there. Thank
All right,
you so
thank
much.
you.
Bye, guys.
Jordan Giorgio, she's everywhere. Events DC. Dan Quinn talking to the media right now. Landini, I don't know what you want me to do schedule-wise, so just let me know in my ear. Jeff's holding up random times.
His
to
ears
me.
don't work.
Okay, we're going to break in 4 minutes. There we go. Obviously, the governor has a busy schedule. We're trying to figure this out. He will join us when he can. Great to see Jordan. Great to see just the level of fame she's acquiring.
Yeah.
Right?
She's killing it.
And very well earned, I would say. So we do have Commanders practice is over for the week. Dan Quinn has started to chat a little bit. Marshawn Lattimore is talking. Folks are excited about what's going on. Lattimore admits that he's going to have extra motivation to face the Saints. I don't know that I care. I'm sure he's going to be fired up. What I care far more about is that he's going to play.
Yeah.
That's top of my list.
But you got to realize what makes players go, Jay. You can't dismiss what makes people tick.
Oh, I'm not dismissing it, but I'm just glad the guy's going to be on the field.
Yeah.
Traded for him almost 2 months ago. Traded for him like 6 weeks ago. Haven't had any action. You want to
I
make
think
sure.
it's more about them making sure he was 100% before they put him out there.
I agree.
Yeah.
100, totally. Captains for this week: Johnny Newton, Cornelius Lucas, and Trent Scott. Kind of interesting.
All right.
All big fellas.
Because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take the big boys doing a good job.
Well, this is maybe dumb, but I'm curious. Something that I'm very curious about.
Uh-huh.
For Lucas, if you're making him captain, is he starting at right tackle?
Probably so. Can't be a captain. He's not playing.
Right?
So I think he's going to be starting.
So do you think, and apparently Wiley's healthy now, do you think
Is he healthy? Is he better? He may not be healthy.
Right. It's going to be very, very interesting to figure this out. Trent Scott, I guess, is your special teams captain. I mean, all three of those guys probably play some level of specials, even Newton.
Yeah.
My gut tells me that Big Luke is starting to right tackle, but if you're making him captain.
Hey, man, I think he played well last week.
And he played well.
And you keep it going.
Right. I think
Because there are times in the season where your other guy was the starter, but he's not healthy enough, and the other guy's playing better. You want the best five out there. And if he have to go, he goes. But you know what? If I got somebody that's playing better, I want him out there.
Dude, totally. And I think offensive line becomes a situation where you need your best five out there. And if Luke is getting it done at a higher level, let's do that. You know what I mean? And I think they will. Especially now that they're making him captain. It's going to be really interesting to see Lattimore's. What do you think the reaction will be to Lattimore?
Down in New Orleans?
Yeah.
I think you're going to have, like you normally do, the people that really respect him are going to still cheer him on. And you're going to have the people that don't care what happened. They're going to boo you. They're going to try to boo you. It's like when I came back to Washington. That's most cheered, and some idiots did the booing.
We got to take a quick break, but B, I got to tell you this. I think I know why Trent Scott is named one of the captains.
Why?
He's getting his master's degree from Grambling State today.
All right.
That's pretty damn cool.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Pretty damn cool. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We'll be right back. live at USAA Radio Row for the Army-Navy game. Jeff's dumbass just challenged Mark Ingram to an Oklahoma drill. That actually happened. I watched it unfold.
He's a fool.
He's an absolute fool. Joining us right now, though, we are really excited. Mike Mayock sitting down with us. Mike, how are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to be here. Thank you.
We appreciate you making some time for us. Obviously, you have touched every level of football on a million different ways, right? General manager, scout, like the whole, like from A to Z, right? And now you're involved in this Army-Navy game.
Oh, yeah.
How different is this?
You know, I've done this game several times, and I grew up in Philly, which is where the game was housed for most of its career.
Yeah, right.
So it was always a big deal in my household. My dad was a coach. Army-Navy was a big friggin' deal in our household every year. I played against all 3 academy teams in college because at Boston College.
Yeah.
So my senior year, we played all 3 of it, and I hated it because it's a bunch of 170-pound wingbacks fighting your kneecaps.
Right.
You know, that's what they are, and they don't give up. I mean, they just play their tails off. So I know what this thing is, and the bottom line is, boys, like when the flyover happens and when they walk on with the midshipmen and cadets, I get goosebumps. I really do.
I do too. I've watched it.
Yeah.
I've never been to a one in person, but watching it on TV, I feel it because I grew up with it. My dad was in the military, and that dude made you understand the importance and the respect you need to have for
I didn't
him.
know your dad. That's pretty cool.
And when I see it, I'm serious. I've gotten goosebumps. I watched one of the games in Philly, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the hell am I crying?
Yeah.
You know, and it just shows you the
When you were
importance of
playing
this.
up
And when I was in Philly and I'm watching this, I'm at home watching it on TV. But when you look at all of the stuff that goes on there, the dedication they have to it, the importance of how they make it seem, you got to show you because those are going to be the people that's going to fight to protect our freedoms.
And I think the most heartfelt thing for me is when the game's over. So they've taken a sledgehammer to each other for 60 minutes, and then they each go down to the other end zone and sing the alma mater with all of them. Army and Navy go sing Army. Then they go down and they sing Navy, and they put their arms around each other because now they're comrades in arms going forward to protect our country. And I'm getting bumped.
They're not trying to plant a flag and lose each other's minds.
No.
None of that stuff.
So it's special.
It really is. Mike Mayock joining us now. Mike, you've done so much work in the kind of that scouting, draft, front office personnel work. Your whole life's kind of been football, right? But as you look at this past draft, we obviously are here. We cover the Commanders. Yeah. Washington has had such a hole at the quarterback position for so long.
Not anymore, brother.
I mean, just curious what you think of Jaden hitting the ground running like this.
So I wrote a bunch of scouting reports last year as a consultant, and the 2 highest grades I had at quarterback were the 2 kids that went 1 and 2. I had this exact same grade, and they were high grades. And my takeaway from Jaden was he played a lot of football. He started 55 or 60 games, whatever it was. Had as good a deep touch as any quarterback I had seen in a long time. Drop it in a bucket, back shoulder. His locations on the deep ball were outstanding. And the other thing, in the run game, and again, I think I'm not trying to say he's a running quarterback. This guy can sit in the pocket and beat you all day long.
Yep.
But as a runner, he was the closest thing I saw to Lamar since Lamar came out. And people used to ask me, how fast is Lamar? And I used to say, as fast as he needed to be.
Yeah.
And I found myself saying the same thing about Jaden. Like, he's taking angles away from safeties and corners and beating them. I'm to finish the point, though, and I think this is really important, sometimes it's about where you go as much as how talented you are. And I think he got in a great situation. Well, I think the GM's done a great job. That rookie class, by the way, everybody wants to focus on the one guy. That rookie class, I mean, the defensive tackle, Newton, I had a first-round grade on him. That corner from Michigan, Mikey Samersall, he is a dude. And that's a good way to put it, Mitch. He is a dude. The third-round tackle starting at left tackle.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you could solve left tackle with the third-rounder,
hey, let me tell you something. Adam Peters, both in quality and in volume, hit a home run last year in the draft, and then he filled in with guys like Frankie Louvu and the other linebacker from Seattle. So I don't know what you guys thought prior to the year started. How many games did you think they were going to win back in preseason?
I thought 7. They're already at 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And here they are with a chance, maybe 10 and maybe 11 if
Yeah.
they do it, and they're a playoff team.
It's
So
crazy.
they're
They get
ahead.
11. I gotta wear a tutu.
Dude, do you really? You make a bet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, I'll be so happy if they win 11 games, I'll wear a tutu.
You're going to hold them to it, I hope.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Photoshopped images already.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
It's an exciting time for Washington because it's been so bad. I think, with this team going to New Orleans this weekend, they got 4 down the stretch here. Do they look like a playoff team to you that they're going to get in? You see the Rams are getting hot, but they're firmly a game ahead of them.
Yeah, they're 8-5.
Right.
Right.
I think they should be in pretty good shape. What do you think is kind of the ceiling for them? Because I think there's a bunch of teams, Washington, when they look their best, could win a playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. If you're a defensive coordinator for another team in the playoffs, and you're looking, and you all of a sudden in the first round, you got Washington in the wild card round, right? You're looking at Jaden Daniels going, oh, man. This is a dude that if he takes over the game, which he can, okay, is a problem. You can play as great defense for 4 seconds and still give up a chunk play because he just makes it happen. So to your point, I think they're a tough out, and I think they're well coached. And I think the new GM, the new head coach, and the new quarterback have kind of galvanized this whole thing. What can they do this year? I don't know. Can they win a playoff game? Probably. But sky's the limit down the road, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, what they have set up for the future. Because
Right.
I think for years, nothing was set up.
Yep.
We always was given some promises and false hope, but nothing was set up
Right.
for it to be a long, extended type of success.
Yeah, and Adam Peters, everybody talks about the coach, and Adam Peters is a young GM coming from San Francisco, and before that it was Denver, and I know him. I mean, he's rooted in all the right things,
right?
And I don't think he's going to get swayed by public opinion. I think he and Dan Quinn are tied at the hip, which is important, and I think you guys are going to have some fun going forward.
We deserve it, dude.
You do.
That's all these damn years.
You do.
Last question for me, because I'm
Yeah.
curious with your personnel eye. The Vikings are really good.
Yeah.
Have a great record.
Yep.
Nobody talks about them. Is
Yep.
that all mistrust in Darnold?
It's a great question, and I've only seen some crossover tape on them. Here's my take on the whole thing. I think Kevin O'Donnell is as good a quarterback guy as there is out there, their head coach, right? I think he saw things in Darnold, and he's put him in a position, which is what coaches should do. It shouldn't be just, this is my system, this is how you do it. Especially with quarterbacks. It ought to be, okay, what do you do well? And let's highlight that.
There you go.
Right? And I think that's what he's doing with Darnold. And I think I know Kevin a little bit, and I think he's got that kind of presence that quarterbacks gravitate towards and people innately trust. So that's point number one. Point number two, B-Flow, Brian Flores, okay, the defensive coordinator.
Sure.
Okay, he is really, really good. He's tough. I hope that the suit he has against the NFL doesn't keep him from getting another job because he deserves to be a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
So when you start looking at the construct of a team, and that head coach is special with the quarterback, and that defensive coordinator is special with his group, like you put their tape on and they're doing different kind of stuff. And quarterbacks don't want to see Minnesota. So, they only have 2 losses, and I think you're right. I think they're being vastly overlooked, and I think it's a really good football team.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
having Justin Jefferson doesn't hurt either. Mike,
that never hurts.
Can folks check out your work related to Army Navy? Anything you want to point out?
I just think it's the coolest game, especially with where college football is heading right now.
Yeah.
It's old school. It's about guys who are going to be protecting us in the future. And if you can't enjoy this game, then you probably aren't as American as you think you are.
Right. Dude, you could probably go be a GM of a college team now.
I don't know
Mike
about
Lombardi
that.
just did that.
I know he did, and I played for Bill, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that thing develops.
Yeah,
I bet, man.
Yeah.
I was 22 or 23 years old, and Bill was the 29-year-old linebacker coach and special teams coach with the Giants at that point.
Wow.
And I remember going home to my dad, who was a coach, and saying, hey, this Belichick this dude is different and he's special. And he was only 29 at that point.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I believe in what he's going to do in Chapel Hill.
That's going to be fascinating to
Yeah.
watch.
Oh,
Mike,
yeah.
thank you for making
My
time
pleasure,
for us,
fellas.
man.
Thanks for
Appreciate it,
having me, man.
Appreciate it.
Hey, buddy.
Great
Take care,
seeing
man.
you.
Thanks, dude. That is Mike Mayock. When we come back, we should have Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
on the Saints in New Orleans on Sunday. Marshawn Lattimore is going to make his debut for the Commanders against his former team. Today, the Commanders signed kicker Greg Joseph to the practice squad. The Saints are going to be starting quarterback Jake Hayner. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Rams beat the 49ers 12-6. In the NBA, the Wizards take on the Cavs tonight in Cleveland, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. And in hockey last night, the Capitals got a 2-1 win over the Blue Jackets in overtime. Alexi Protas with 2 goals. In baseball, the Yankees trading for Brewers closer Devin Williams. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Philly 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the Military Women's Museum at Media Row for the Army-Navy game. And I know the governor, who joins us now, knows a little bit about that. What's up, Gov? How you doing?
What's going on? I heard my theme music.
Yeah, we got your theme music going, and we were sitting here at Media Row because we are here for the Army-Navy game coming up tomorrow over at Northwest Stadium. What are your thoughts on that game there?
Listen, it's going to be a great game. I mean, this is the first time in quite a while where you have both teams who are really competitive and are playing really good football. But let's be clear, the Army's going to win because the Army's not, because the Army ain't going to lose. I mean, so I think, and people have to remember, this Army team is not only led by somebody who is a legit and should be a legit Heisman candidate, but this is, with the exception of Notre Dame, this is the best team the Navy has played all year. So you know, it's always a special game. It's always a great rivalry. It's the greatest tradition in college sports. And for people who have not actually seen the Army-Navy game live, there's nothing like it. Because at the end of the game, each team goes to the other team's sideline and sings their alma mater. Like, it's such a beautiful patriotic moment. But I do want to be clear, Army's going to win them all.
Well, I was with one of you guys from Army last night. Carlton Jones played 4 years at running back there. Yep.
Oh,
good
yes.
dude, man.
Oh,
good
yes.
dude.
Oh, yes. And I tell people, listen, like, I love the fact that the Navy is Maryland. You know, they really are. They're one of our crown jewels. And I root for the Navy on 364 days of the year. But just one day is go on.
I think that's fair considering your service record, sir.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for making time for us. Obviously, we're talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Now, Gov, there's a few things we need to discuss, but I got to start here. Your record on the season picking games is 47-24. That is bananas, dude. Are you aware of how red hot you are?
I tell you, man, this is what we do. This is what we do, JP. I'm just saying. Y'all said pick the winners, and that's what I do. I just pick the winners. It's good.
All right, I like it. Pick the winners. All right, before we get to the picks then, speaking of picking winners, you know this is a cause deeply rooted in my heart, sir. We've got some momentum on getting beer and wine into the grocery stores in the state of Maryland.
We do.
Where are we at on this? How can I help?
I think I'm going to tell the legislature to call it the J.P. Finley Act of 2025. It's
nothing would mean more.
This is, I mean, this for me, this is just an issue of common sense. Maryland is one of only 4 states in the country. I think the other states are like Rhode Island and Alaska, you know, who do not allow the sale of beer in supermarkets. And it just doesn't make sense. I mean, this is a law that was passed the year I was born, right? So it's been on the book for a very long time. And it's something that we have not gone and taken a real look at. And let's look at the fact that there are real, you know, there are real challenges to it. You know, the challenges that exist is not just about the fact that you have people who, if they want to actually go get beer or go get wine, that for many people in a lot of communities, they have to go through bulletproof glass in order to get it because they only have to go through liquor stores in certain neighborhoods. This has been one of the things that's helped to literally help to drive the proliferation of liquor stores that we have in certain areas and the food deserts that other places exist in.
Yeah.
And let's just talk about the fact that it's just convenience. You know what I mean? Like if I just want to go and get a bite to eat or go get something for a game and I want to grab a 6-pack, the fact that you're making me do multiple stops is not convenient. All the other states around us do this. All the other states around us allow for this. Maryland is one of only a few states in the country that still has this antiquated law on the books. And so I'm eager to be able to work with the General Assembly and work with our small businesses to make sure that they can get something to my desk. But it's high time that Maryland actually entered the 21st century.
Well, I'll tell you, we
got
never
my-
had that in Louisiana. We get it anywhere.
you got my support on that one, Governor. And then before we get to the picks, where you have been absolutely red hot, do got to ask you a little bit about this RFK situation. It sounds like it's going to get through the Senate. I get a ton of people tweeting me to tell Governor Moore to tell those senators to shape up. You're not in charge of the senators, right? Like you don't really have a role in this yet, or you tell me.
No, that's right. I don't have a vote. And when people are saying, can you push it through? I was like, I wish I had that kind of power to either push something through or to block something. This is something that's right now with the United States Senate. And I have been very clear from Jump Street where, I really do believe that Maryland is the best site for the Commanders. I think we can put together the best vision. I think it is intolerable for anybody that right now what we have is essentially 200 acres of land that is used 6 days of the year for 2 hours, and they have not focused on development and the build out around it. So I think that has to happen no matter what. And I think that the stadium can be a real anchor. I also, though, know that no matter what the final decision is, and by the way, and I'm like, I don't mind competing. Y'all know, I don't mind competing at all. And because we compete to win. But the thing that I also know is that we are also going to make sure that no matter what the decision of the Washington Commanders organization is, they are a private entity. And no matter what the Washington Commanders decide to do, we are going to make sure that Maryland is good and that Maryland, that we can do something and really reimagine that whole area and what that can be and what that can look like. So the senators I know are working around the clock on this issue. This is the final funding package that's going to be done before the end of the year. And there's a whole lot of priorities that we have in the state of Maryland. But again, I believe that Maryland is the best spot. And I also know that I'm not afraid of competition.
Gotcha. And the thing you've said before is that you're not there to block something, but you're there to compete. And I think that's fair.
Yeah,
you have a duty. The senators from Maryland have a duty here.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Right, well,
and we're gonna make sure Maryland's good.
Yeah. All right. Good. And especially getting beer in the grocery store, man. Because then I'll stop driving to Wegmans in DC.
Right.
That's JP's number one right
I'll just go to Giant, man. All right. Let's get to the picks. I know your schedule is packed, and I appreciate you squeezing us in.
It's all good, man.
47-24 is beyond crazy, dude. I can't stress that enough. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joining us now. All right, here is the plan. I got a bunch of games for you. Start with the team you hate the most: Steelers versus Eagles.
Woo! Yeah, this is a hard one because there is nothing that I want more than to see the Steelers lose. The only way that the Ravens at this point can get the position that we need, which is us winning the division, is if the Steelers start losing. The problem is that the Steelers are just looking red hot right now. And this is, these are teams that are both very, very, very hot. But the truth is that the Steelers aren't just hot. The Steelers are actually beating really good teams. The Eagles are hot, but they really haven't beat, teams that have played really well. And of course, fans, my Ravens, but that's because we had some field goal issues. But I think when you're seeing right now is a Steelers team that's locked in. I think you're watching Mike Tomlin probably putting together one of his best coaching performances that we have seen in a very long time, especially considering where the team was when it first started and how the team is performing right now. I think you cannot have a conversation about Coach of the Year where Mike Tomlin's name is not mentioned in all of that right now. And I do think that while this is kind of that PA battle, that the Steelers, unfortunately, I think the Steelers end up winning this game.
I tend to agree with you there. We got a couple hard ones. So when you get to your Ravens, I know that one's pretty easy. Bills Lions.
Yeah, this was hard. But this is definitely going to be the game of the week because you are talking about two teams that really are peaking at really interesting times. The Bills had a tough go last week, even though Josh Allen was playing out of his mind last week. Josh Allen, he the dude was legit, And if it weren't for some of the stumbles at the start of the year, I would say Josh Allen in some ways would not just be in the conversation, but would be a bit of a runaway candidate if you look at how he's played these past weeks. But one of the things I think that last week showed was that one person cannot win by themselves. Like, you need the entire team to step up. You need the entire team to perform. And that's something that we just did not see from the Bills, which I think is really troubling. One thing you are seeing from the Lions is they are just showing that they're not just a good team, they're a very complete team. And so I think you're gonna watch Gibbs and Montgomery and the whole squad have a really good game. So I think the Lions end up pulling this one off.
All right, that's these are heavy duty games. This one too.
They really are. They really are.
The Packers going to Seattle in a game that really could impact Washington's playoff seeding.
Yeah. I mean, and you are right, and I hear you on that. I think on paper this is probably a very good game. And I think the spread is only 2. I think it's by 2. I think the spread.
It's narrow,
but
yeah.
But it's narrow.
But in Seattle,
and which is wild. But also I understand why. And because I think Jordan Love is just playing great football right now. And if I'm being very honest, like, listen, I think Geno is fine. I just think in these big game moments, and this is going to be, this is a big game moment that they have. We haven't watched Geno really step up to the stage and perform with that same kind of light. But however, I do think Love is legit. He's playing really good football right now. And so I think that the Packers take this one. And my one prediction is I think the Packers take it. And I think they also blow the spread because I don't think it's going to be as close as people think.
Wow. There you go. All right, Governor. I don't think this is a hard pick. Ravens, Giants. Do you know the spread on this one?
Probably about 16.
It's 16, and the Giants are at home.
The Giants are at home, and the only thing they're competing for right now is a draft pick.
Right. It's crazy.
The Ravens take this one. There's too much on the line right now. We're getting close to playoff season. It's time to stop playing around. And I think the Ravens have a lot to prove right now. Not to mention the fact that we just can't lose anymore if we want to actually not just make the playoffs, but if we want to get good positioning inside the playoffs. So God bless the Giants. I heard Shedeur Sanders is in New York today for some reason. So maybe he's meeting with the organization. But no, the Ravens take this one.
Are we ready for Broadway Dion as a world? I don't know.
It's gonna be wild, ain't it? It's gonna be wild.
All right, and the main event for us, Governor, me and B go down to New
Orleans.
B leaves in like an hour. I leave tomorrow morning. You are welcome to join us. I feel like you could use a little break. If you want to shoot down to New Orleans,
yeah, come down there.
Let us know. We'll add
I'll take you to some gumbo places and some seafood places.
But I don't know if the NO can handle all of us together there at the same time. I don't know if
they're ready for us. We got Mardi Gras. We ready.
Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll all meet up for the Super Bowl down there.
Yeah.
There you go. I was going to say the next time I plan on being down there is watching the Ravens and the Commanders in the Super Bowl.
That would be something. Talk about the year
that'd
of
be
Maryland.
crazy. That would be crazy.
Well, Governor, Commanders are going down there. They're big favorites. Saints are starting to back up quarterback. What do you make of this weekend's game for Washington?
I actually thought that this would, here's the thing. I actually think the Saints are a good team. And I think the Saints are legitimate. And I think the Saints are sneaky because I think they had a red hot start to the year. I think they've cooled down since, but I do think they are sneaky good. But when you tell me that Carr isn't even going to be under center during that time, that really does weaken them. And then you tell me that Lattimore is going to be playing for the Commanders. I think that significantly strengthens the Commanders. And so I think the Commanders go down, and I think they go get a win on the road. I believe the Saints are actually favored, so I think this is going to be an upset. But I think the Commanders actually are gonna come out and show and prove on Sunday because again, I don't trust the Saints' offensive game being able to really take advantage of some of the challenges that the secondary has for the Commander, some of the secondary challenges that the Commanders have. And I really do believe that when we're looking at what's happening with the Commanders on the offensive side of the ball, they're really doing something special. So I think the Commanders go on the road, and I think they pull off that win.
Let's go.
That's what we'd like to see, Gov. Then the playoffs become more and more of a reality. Governor, I hope you get to enjoy Army-Navy this weekend, man.
Oh, I will. And I cannot wait for the game. And honestly, for everybody, it really is one of the most special things to watch in all of sports. When you're watching all the midshipmen and all of the cadets, all lining up, and for 60 minutes, they are doing everything they can just to bruise and beat the other one. And then as soon as the game is over, to watch all of them line up and sing the alma mater of the other team. It really is. It's sportsmanship and it's patriotism at its best. So it's going to be a beautiful game. Go Army. But no matter what, it's going to be a great game.
Hey, Governor, I don't know if you guys know each other. USAA CEO Wayne Peacock just sat down with us here. Do you know Maryland Governor Wes Moore?
I've met him before. Sir, good to see you. I know I'm going to see you tomorrow sometime as well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing outstanding. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And listen, you're doing tremendous work, and you know how much we all love USAA. So as a proud member, I say thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate what you're doing with Elizabeth Dole Foundation as well. Caregivers matter, and I know Maryland's really setting the stage for best practices there. So on the air, I just wanted to thank you for that also.
Very cool.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you. That's right. And this is actually in Maryland. It's the year of military families here in Maryland. And, we really do. We want Maryland to be the best place in the country, not just for military veterans, but for their families. And so we're honored to work with you on it.
Great. Who are you rooting for tomorrow?
It's not even close. Go on.
100%.
I just want to hear you say that.
It's not even close.
Well, and Wayne, you may be unaware of this, but as the only Maryland resident at the table here, I'm very proud of the governor because he's going to get beer being sold in grocery stores. So you got my full support, Gov. I know you got to run. Thank you for the
appreciate
time.
you, man.
The things
Governor.
we celebrate here in Maryland.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man.
Quality of life.
Hey, God bless, man. Go Army.
All
Go
right.
Army.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Obviously, you hear Wayne Peacock joining us, CEO of USAA, a really proud presenter of this Army-Navy game and this Radio Row. It's, everybody has insurance, right? Like everybody's got to have car insurance, homeowners insurance. People talk about USAA very differently.
Yeah.
What is that?
Just like this football game.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I'll tell you one word, and that's called service, right? Because everyone's got to have insurance. Everyone needs insurance. But when you need it, you want to have the best. And there is no doubt that the best service out there comes from our 37,000 USA teammates who are passionate about serving military families. That's the distinction. And it's kind of one of those weird products where, you don't really understand it till you need it. But when you need it, you want the best.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of folks that work on that every single day.
Totally.
It's interesting. And it seems like such a natural connection for USAA to be involved with Army-Navy. But how long have you guys been doing this and really supporting the game?
Since 2009. Look, I think, the game has been an American tradition for, over 100 years.
Yes.
But the game kind of languished for a while and was lost out there. And in 2009, with the work of CBS and the academies and our coming on board, we're able to protect the second Saturday in December and make that the showcase day for the game.
That's awesome.
And every year, collectively, we've just made the game better and better and promoted the game, I think, in a very important way. And today, I think all of America recognizes second Saturday as a day to sit down and watch America's game happen. So,
And I think it's easy to sponsor this one because if you got a star on the team this year and he's a junior, he'll be here next year.
Yeah.
If you got a star on the team in other sports, other games now, he's a sophomore. He's going to another team next year and probably be another one the following year.
What is, I imagine you've been involved in a lot of these. We have USAA CEO Wayne Peacock joining us. Do you have a favorite moment?
Well, folks have asked me that. I think breaking the streak was really important. So that 2016 game was great. I used to talk to Roger Staubach a
When
lot.
Army broke through?
Yeah, when Army broke through Navy won 14 in a row, and Army broke through in 2016. So that was pretty special. Roger used to talk about we got to get Army competitive again. So that people pay attention to the game even more. Now
Sure.
Army's won 6 of 8, but I'll tell you the 2017 game in the snow in Philadelphia.
I remember that game.
Army celebrating 10th,
That's what I was going to say.
10th Mountain Division, all white from top to bottom, snowed out. You couldn't see the Army team. That was really cool. And then I would tell you the 2020 game, the game I didn't get a chance to go to at West Point, I thought was really cool because the fog rolled in off of the Hudson, which shouldn't happen the second Saturday in December. And that was a pretty cool game, as well. So
that is really
even nature was like, I'm going to check this game.
Right. I don't know the process. I know that it's usually in Philly, but moves around a fair amount. What led you guys to DC this year?
Well, look, competition led us to DC this year, but maybe serendipity got us here at the right time because the game's been in Philly 90 times, the most it's been in any city. But we have a competitive process now where cities get to compete. This is the first time in a 5-year stretch where there are 5 different cities as opposed to Philadelphia having multiple opportunities. And it's been great to spread the game around. But 9/11, 20th anniversary, New York, Boston Tea Party, 250th, we're in Boston.
Wow.
This year, 125th game at a time where we're transitioning power in our government is an opportunity to celebrate Army, Navy in a way that shows competition on the field, but the ability after the game is over to come together for a common cause. And I think that symbolism is vitally important for our country. And there's no better place to tell that story to tell it in Washington, D.C. in December of 2024.
That's very cool.
That's the same thing that I went to the event last night. It was exactly about the same stuff.
Just showing,
being able to battle and compete. But then at the end, you realize y'all are here for one common cause.
It's one of these things I always say, and I use it in Brian and I do a lot of NFL work, and I say the Republic will stand. Like we're going to be all right. You get through today to tomorrow, and that's just such a good reminder of it. No matter how crazy or chaotic things seem, Army Navy is something you can bank on.
Yeah, and in this era of NIL and the portal, to the point you made, earlier, these guys are going to be here for 4 years. You may not have the size and speed of Big Ten or SEC teams out there, but you have teamwork and you have character and you have culture. And you have
big hearts
and big hearts, and they're going to go 100% from the opening kick to the last play of the game.
Yeah.
But to your point, after that, they take off those uniforms and come together.
There you go.
That's a pretty special thing. So.
Totally.
Wayne, thank you for joining us, man. This is really cool.
All right, it's going to be a great game on Saturday. Thank you all for broadcasting. Appreciate you telling the story.
Are you a runner? You look like you're in very good shape.
Well, I'm an old guy and trying to stay in shape because you got to take care of yourself.
You're doing something right, sir. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Take care, man.
USAA CEO, Mr. Wayne Peacock. That was very cool. Appreciate Wayne making his time available and putting this all on. USAA is presenting everything here, and we've done a lot of these types of events all over the place. This is top notch. They're doing it the right way. When we return, Robert Griffin III.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every Friday night,
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders take on the Saints on Sunday in New Orleans. Marshawn Lattimore set to make his debut for the Commanders on Sunday against his former team. Also, the Commanders signed kicker Greg Joseph to the practice squad today and released wide receiver Mike Strachan. The Saints are going to be starting quarterback Jake Haener. Other NFL news, the Chiefs are opening up the 21-day practice window for Hollywood Brown and Harrison Butker. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Rams beat the Niners 12-6. That puts the Rams just a half game back of Washington. College football, Army-Navy game is tomorrow at 3 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. In the NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Cavs in Cleveland. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-1 in overtime. Alexei Protas with 2 goals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The 106.7 The Fan, about 1:30 in the afternoon. And I just happened to find a Super Bowl winner walking the hallway. Joe Theismann joining the show. Joe T, what's up, man?
Hey, nothing, JP. Just looking for somebody to sit down and talk to.
Dude,
you know me.
I am here. Look, and you can say hi to all the people on the YouTube stream.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
I think there's a pretty big ring on that hand.
I got that one on.
There you go.
And I got that one on.
There you go.
This was not as much fun as this one was.
I think they're both cool, though. They're definitely both cool.
Yeah.
Army Navy, man. Tell everybody the story what you did this morning.
What we did this morning out at the National Mall is Robert Griffin, who will be joining us soon here. Then I'll turn the mic over to him.
No, man, we got
did
enough mics.
Eloquent job. We presented a seaman and also an Army individual, Army
Soldier?
spec sergeant.
Okay.
Yeah. We presented them with cars. USAA has sponsored. It's actually been a sponsor for this Army Navy game for over 100 years. This is the 125th.
It's crazy
event time they've played, and only 2 have been here. This is the second one in DC. So it's really neat. It's the seat of command, and it's just spectacular. But we gave them cars this morning.
That's so cool.
And the young man, Matthew Walker, who was the seaman, he gets in the car, and we unveil it, and he gets in the car, and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. So he takes the keys, and he's sort of trying to figure out where you stick it in the ignition. And I said, Matthew, I said, you see that little button right there? Just push the little button. He goes, man, this is so cool.
That's funny.
And it was so heartwarming.
Sure.
That someone who they need a ride, needs transportation. And it was, to me, it was, like I say, USAA just was unbelievable in what they do and the things they are able to provide for our servicemen.
Absolutely.
And women.
And you said
here we are at the Military Women's Memorial, which is like,
it's pretty cool.
Oh, it's so many things in this city I haven't seen, and this was one of them.
Me too, actually. I've been to Arlington, obviously. I've been to Arlington National Cemetery, but it's such a eye opener. Like, I park my car and I'm walking over, and the sign is JFK's Eternal Flame, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. It's so eye opening, and it hits you pretty hard walking around here. It reminds you of what's actually important.
Well, before Robert comes over, I'm just going to step because I've got to go where he was.
Okay.
But the thing that's so wonderful is the opportunity for us to be able to celebrate the men and women of the service. That's what this whole thing's all about. And I hope it's America's game. And here comes Robert.
Here comes Robert. RG3 joining the program now.
3.
What's up, JP? How you doing, brother?
Now, here's something for you. I was thinking about this.
You guys are just giving cars away.
We go, just more cars. What can I tell you? So what people don't realize, we see so many players, and I believe this is true, but we see so many players in the National Football League with different designations on their jersey, like Steve Smith Sr. And
sure.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Robert was the first to wear a jersey where
with the 3 on
was Griffin 3. I believe he was the
Is that
first.
right?
He was the first with the Roman numerals. I was thinking about it because we were going to do this thing together.
Yeah.
And both of us are just like, it's such an honor to be able to do what we're able to do for the Army Navy game.
Sure.
It truly is America's game. One thing I didn't get a chance to say this morning was there's a lot of college football games on weekends, but this game should always belong to the Army and the Navy. I would never want to see
what's
another.
cool?
I mean, there are other, but I mean, when it comes to
CBS,
major
I believe,
games, this is the one.
CBS is committed to that. And that's why they moved it back a week from conference championships and everything. And so they kind of get it.
It's special.
Robert, what about this game for you?
Yeah.
You're a military son and lived on bases and all sorts of stuff. What's it mean to get to be this level of involved in the Army-Navy game?
Yeah, I mean, this game means everything to me. Military brat, mom and dad, 34 years combined in the Army.
That's crazy.
Your point about the Roman numeral, see what had happened is the NFL wanted to make a bunch of money. So they hadn't allowed anybody to put those on their jersey before, but I had that in college. Coming in as a Heisman Trophy winner, they made it a rule. Literally, as soon as I declared for the draft, they told me I'd be able to wear that Roman numeral.
Well, it's like your name.
Now
it's just part of your name.
Now you see it everywhere. But when you talk about this Army-Navy game, I agree with you. It should have its own designated day. It's America's game for a reason.
Sure.
Like, JP, you don't have a job. I don't have a job. We're not talking on the mics right now. If it wasn't for our military men and women, they provide us that freedom. They fight for our families' freedoms before their own. And that to me is something that's always truly special. And being here with the OG, the MVP, the All Pro.
He means old guy.
No, I said
there's some good rings on that.
The original gangster, okay? The Super Bowl champion. To be able to do this stuff with Joe in DC means a lot. This is where I made the majority of my football memories as a professional athlete. So to give back and we gave the cars away, but the guy, the service member who got the Army car, Specialist Caleb Dooley, he's a single father with a 1-year-old son who's been borrowing a car for an entire year.
Oh, my gosh.
So he was extremely excited, but I think for us, the gratitude and the thankfulness comes from the fact that we're able to take that financial burden off of his shoulders.
Sure.
And the first thing he said when he got the keys was like, wow. Now I get an opportunity to really just focus on being a great dad to my son. That to me is impactful.
Sure.
That's something that USAA is doing. It's not just saying we're going to do great things. They're actually doing great things. So I'm happy to be a part.
Yeah, the deeds they put out are just spectacular.
Actions, not words, man.
Yeah, the other thing too is, as athletes, people, and I told this story, people come up to us and call us heroes.
Yeah.
They'll come up and say, hey, you're my hero. And listen, I'm appreciative of the recognition. You were my dad's hero. And then they go and they say, my grandfather. I go, whoa, don't take me back to your grandfather's days quite yet. But the thing is we aren't heroes. We appreciate that. But these men and women that put the uniform, these men and women that are at the academies, these are the future leaders of our country.
Oh, yeah.
These are the leaders of men and women. They're the real heroes. And so, we go to work every day. We're coming home. They go to work. There's no guarantee. And that's why we ought to appreciate them as much more than we do. The other thing we have to take into consideration is the fact that we walk the streets and we take things for granted. And we shouldn't take things for granted because it's their sacrifice that's allowed us to do this. But the funny part from my perspective is nobody ever says thank you. Nobody. You see somebody in uniform. I see people. I travel in airports a lot. I see people in uniform, policemen, our military, and everybody, and they just walk by. And I'm thinking, do you understand what that uniform represents?
Sure.
That represents that person giving up parts of his life for you.
Yeah.
And why is it so hard just to say thank you?
Correct.
I mean, why is it so? Thank
Certainly. It shouldn't be that complicated. We're sitting here at USAA Radio Row for the Army-Navy game with a pair of burgundy and gold legends, Joe Theismann, Robert Griffin III. I don't know what schedules will allow, so I'm gonna ask you both something. RG3, you could start. This town has had quarterback trouble probably since you played. A knee injury robbed you of your career. They might have found an answer. What do you think of Jaden?
No, they found their answer. Jaden, in less than a year, has proven that he's a franchise quarterback. And I've told this to Jaden. I'm honored to be a mentor for him. But the bottom line is this team hasn't had a guy since this guy. They haven't had a long-term franchise QB in decades. And Jaden doesn't have to do anything different than what he's doing right now. Be himself. I think they're set up for long-term success for 3 reasons. One is the structure. New ownership, new GM, new head coach, new offensive coordinator. provided a growth environment for Jaden to step into and be able to take this team, by the horns and lead them wherever they need to go. The second thing is Jaden is playing within himself. He's not trying to be Superman. He throws for 175. He throws for 175.
Yeah.
He's completing high percentage balls. He is playing high level winning football and running when he needs to. We all saw the Hail Mary, but it's unbelievable.
That's not a
It's
sustainable.
one of the greatest plays in Commanders history because he's a commander. But and the third thing for me is just his ability to take over this city.
Yeah,
sure.
The energy. He's fun to watch.
Always has a smile on his
dude,
face.
and he's
Always.
the same guy in the locker room. He is
100%,
low key. The only time you really hear Jaden kind of pipe up is when him and Bobby Wagner start debating basketball or baseball or anything. Like those two have such a good veteran rookie relationship.
Right.
Or when he gets hurt, he gets pissed off and comes to the sideline and throws his helmet.
That's the only
because he can't continue to compete.
Correct.
It's been
That's all he wants to do.
Since 1985. I think there's been over 40 quarterbacks that have started in this city, and you just can't have that kind of inconsistency. You look back through the history of starts. I'm second, I think, to Sammy Baugh in consecutive starts, with like Rip is like third.
Yeah.
But the number's only like 99.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a number of years where we've seen somebody line up and go. And the other thing, to echo what Robert said,
sure,
is he's learning how to protect himself.
Yeah.
He's like you. He's tight. And, he's lean and fast, but he's learning how to protect himself. I watched him I watched a couple games ago. He was running to the sidelines, and this is something we talked about.
Correct.
Is when you run to the sidelines, run through the sidelines. Don't get to the sidelines and think you're going to be protected. Like you see,
you used to like to mess with people on the sideline a little
Mahomes
bit.
does
I
it
think
too.
a lot of quarterbacks like to mess with it because you feel like it's giving you a little bit of advantage. But
Sure.
what ends up happening is when now you are trying to run out and you're not doing that, the defense is saying, oh, he's going to do that.
That's right.
So, maybe you might get the 15-yard penalty 1 out of 3 times, but the other 2 times you're actually, increasing your chance to get hurt. That's what we talked about.
Well, that's what I told. The other guy gets a 15-yard penalty. You get a week in the hospital,
Right,
or
or
2
a
weeks in the
concussion
hospital.
or something,
Or,
right, yeah.
But and to me, I've always tried to stress this to every young quarterback. Your job, your number one job, is to be available to play and practice, because that is the only way you're going to get better.
Yep.
The only way you get better is going through it.
Availability,
right?
Availability is the best
I know
quality,
Caleb's having his trouble in Chicago, but the best thing that's going to come out of this year for him is he's got a year of professional football under his belt.
Correct.
And if he does the right thing, which is step back and examine his own game, and then maybe they get some stability there as far as coaches go, where he'll be able to grow and go forward. This is a process. We're seeing, we've showered all these accolades on Jaden, and they're all deserved.
Yeah.
But what's the next level for him?
Sure.
Where does he grow now? And this is one other thing too, really, is Cliff Kingsbury doesn't get enough credit for calling the plays that allow him to get comfortable early. Joe Gibbs used to do this. We started, I can't tell you how many games with hitches.
Yeah.
Little 5-yard
Just get a completion.
Get the ball out of your hand. Yeah. Give the line a chance to work a little lather up, let them fire out, hit somebody. And then we start to get into what the game plan is all about.
Correct.
But to be healthy is very, very important. And he's doing a great job protecting himself.
Yeah. And JP, that's the one thing that I tried to stress with everybody about Chicago. It's the structure, man. The one player does not make a team. I did not make the team in 2012. It wasn't about me. It was about Alfred Morris.
Sure.
It was about Trent Williams. It was about Pierre Garçon, Josh Morgan, Brandon Banks. It was about our defense being opportunistic in that year, late down the stretch and getting
when
turnovers.
you guys got hot.
When we got hot, the defense was getting the team to turn the ball over. But Jaden comes in with a structure that is solidified, and they get to grow together.
Sure.
That, to me, was always the most important thing.
Dude, you think about what the structure when you came in was not solidified.
No,
it was
chaotic.
Era.
It was chaotic,
and it only grew worse.
More chaotic,
almost.
yes.
You know what I mean?
Which is
it's
interesting.
night and day now. It's shockingly different over there.
And you guys are different too. I'm not gonna lie. Like the vibe around the team is so much exciting and so different because there's no dark cloud around the team.
Dude, I'll be honest. As a media member, they recently hired a new team president. Right? He came from Campbell Soup. I don't care anymore. The business stuff, the business stuff that all used to matter because it was like, what is Dan going to mess up next? Now it's like, yo, go sell tickets, get some sponsors. Terrific, that's great. Let's talk about football.
But you talk about newness. When you step back and look at this year in this football team, it had the way to go like it had gone before.
Sure,
you've got an entirely new coaching staff. Half the starters, more than half the starters, had never worn Commander uniforms. So you talk about, but they did such the
most turnover in the NFL.
And they did such a great job of bringing in veterans, keeping the guys that they felt were going to be of value, going out in the draft and finding the right kind of people. And, I think this is just the beginning of what they're building going forward. And now I get to go talk to some other people besides you.
Right. Big shout
Thank you, Joe.
Guys, good to see you.
See you.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, Joe T.
Yeah, big shout out to Adam Peters for putting the team together.
Absolutely.
Austin Eckler, Zach Ertz, bringing in Bobby Wagner.
I have no idea what your time is, and I understand when you need to go. Okay, I wanted to ask you this because I think this is pretty fascinating. My producer here, Jeff Walker, was graduating high school, I think, in 2012. Right?
Okay.
The most exciting season of his lifetime. They're going to New Orleans this weekend.
Yep.
Eventually, when the 30 for 30 gets made about RG3, I'll never forget that stadium bumping RG3. What was it like when you went to New Orleans for that opener?
Oh, man. See, a lot of people don't know that I'm from New Orleans.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I do claim New Orleans. I claim Copperas Cove, Texas as well. But my family, my mom and dad were both born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana. So when I was drafted by Washington and they told me, hey, your first game of your NFL career is going to be in New Orleans, Louisiana, that to me meant the world because I got to play in front of 50 to 100 family members in the stands, play in my parents' hometown. And we went against the vaunted New Orleans Saints who were coming off of Bounty Gate.
Right.
And like you heard the stadium, you heard the Superdome. It was bumping in there, deafening. Never heard a lot of
hit
stadium.
Pierre for that slant
for the touchdown. And it was a great catch by Pierre because it wasn't the most accurate throw. But he had to jump up across the middle. So the trust that he had to go up and make that play. And, of course, griffining happened after that.
Man.
And it was, to me, that was like the start of something that you wanted it to be a 15, 20-year run. That's not what happened. But you don't have to look back on that now and be like, man, dang. It's like now you sit here and you have a situation with Jaden Daniels where everybody gets a do-over. The organization gets a do-over. Yep. The fan base gets a do-over. The media gets a do-over. And let's take care of this young man because he has already shown us that he can be that guy. Now, them going to New Orleans this week, total different situation.
Yeah.
That Saints team really doesn't have much to play for. So as the Commanders, what you have to do is you have to go out there and make sure you do your job.
Yep.
Get the job done. Don't take them lightly. Still a very talented team, and they want to play spoiler. They got Jake Haener starting at quarterback. Right. Jaden Daniels, go out there, lead your team to victory, and lead this Commanders team and this fan base into the playoffs.
I would do this for hours, but the PR guy's going to kill me. So always good to see you, man.
Hit me up anytime, man. I'll come on and do it.
Thank you very much. We'll do it. I appreciate it. That's Robert Griffin III. Well, it was quite a 20 minutes between Joe Theismann, RG3. Jeff now getting his photo with RG3. Good for him. I know Landville, I'm guessing we got to go to break, so let's go to break. man. Very, very cool, packed show. Yo, the USAA CEO talking to the governor of Maryland with the B. Mitch and Finley program as the conduit. Pretty damn cool. Oh, and then we had Joe T and RG3 sit down at the same time. We all just kind of chopped it up. It was heck of a day, man. Really appreciate everybody here with USAA making this happen. Really appreciate Jimmy Shapiro for all his help, man. Just a fantastic day. I don't know how this is going to work. Toby's here, Rooster's here, Denton Day walking around looking weird. Jeff, how cool was? Had you met Robert before?
No, vaguely.
What? He was in a crowd and you ran up?
No,
got a picture?
Nah. B. Mitch was doing his pregame show and he was waiting by the gate, and I was just like, "Yo, what's up?" and kept it on. Yeah.
Landini, did you enjoy today, or was it just super stressful? You can be honest.
Oh, it was good.
Okay. Awesome, man. Thank you to everybody in the chat. B's headed to New Orleans. I'm headed to New Orleans tomorrow morning. If you see us down there, say what's up. Watch the Army-Navy game. Enjoy the Army-Navy game. You can root for both teams in that one if you want. That's just fine. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Nicole Auerbach for joining us. Thank you to Mark Ingram for joining us. Thank you to Wes Moore. Thank you to Mike Mayock. Thank you to Wayne Peacock. Thank you to RG3. And thank you to Joe T. What a day. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you RG3's autograph.
preseason win-loss total, according to all the experts and everybody in between. So it's a big one, man. And New Orleans is vulnerable. I mean, the Shanahan axiom, which is now a Grant and Danny axiom, dare I even say it, not who you play, it's when you play. First 2 weeks of the season, as we're looking ahead to the schedule, going, oh, my God, you got to face this team in December? The Saints are scoring 50 a game. They're killing people. They're unbelievable. Now, no Derek Carr, no Chris Olave, no
Rashid Shaheed, no Taysom Hill for those third ones, those fourth
goal line situations. A walking beat-up team that's already fired its head coach that's on a quarterback that I don't know much about, to be honest with you. I don't know if you could play obscure, backup Big Ten power forward or NFL quarterback, and I wouldn't be able to get it right for the most part. They are ripe for the taking. You can bank a win here and do an awful lot of good in terms of the deposits to get yourself into the postseason.
Jake Hayner actually appeared in 7 games as a quarterback to this point. He's thrown about 29 passes. He has never made a start, and that will change on Sunday. He plays college football kind of in anonymity largely at Washington initially and then Fresno State. He was drafted in the fourth round, about 127 overall. So I point that out because that kind of Kirk Cousins range. It's not like there's never been a good story of a guy who got a late start after being drafted in the fourth round. It's very, very rare. Because Dak Prescott has a couple of guys along the way. For the most part, by now you kind of know, don't you? If he's not playing, probably for good reason, as a fourth-round pick, who collegiately was not in a power program at the end of his time. What an opportunity for him, and what a great chance for Washington to try to suffocate him in this offense. I mean, to your point, they have a fired head coach, Dennis Allen's gone. They have a broken quarterback, and Derek Carr is not playing. Their deep threat is out. Their bully ball tight end short yardage guy that you referenced is unavailable. Their best player, really, their exotic weapon, Alvin Kamara, has not practiced this week with an illness, and we still don't really know what his status is going to be in terms of how capable he'll be on Sunday if he goes. And you mentioned Chris Olave, who's actually awesome. Like a great football.
He's really good.
As good a receiver maybe as there is in that division, and Chris Olave is unavailable as well. So it's just a Saints team, frankly, that you got to beat. Like, there's no way around it. There's no reason to dress it up any more than that. You get the luxury, you get the beauty of coming to New Orleans in December when the Saints aren't really playing for anything against a team that is missing more of its good players that are going to play in this game. There's not a whole lot else that needs to be said. If they don't beat the Saints, then all of the playoff talk and getting in, we'll still be doing it. But it doesn't matter that much because these are the kind of games, if you're a good football team, that you should win. But I'm just excited for the road trip for Commanders fans. There's a lot of people coming down here. We bumped into many of them at the airport yesterday. Saw a bunch of burgundy and gold just my little time walking around the French Quarter already this morning. I was joking with our buddy Christian today as set up here to do the show. And he said, look, you don't always get a huge traveling party from NFL cities to Cleveland. Not every city necessarily is a destination. When your team's playing in New Orleans, you roll out the red carpet a little bit. I think that's going to happen from this fan.
Yeah, I mean, we experienced this a handful of years ago. Dramatically different time for our organization. And what New Orleans was doing, that was a perennial 11, 12, 13-game winner. Drew Brees was setting passing records. And, they were a juggernaut. Sean Payton was still the coach. And all those faces are pretty much gone. This organization is turned over in multiple ways. They're in salary cap hell. They're not in a good place, talking about New Orleans. Now, New Orleans itself is a great place. This is one of those where when that schedule comes out, you circle it, right? With all due respect to Cincinnati, as you said, to Cleveland, you can pick your very okay tier 3, tier 4 city. There's nothing wrong with those places. There's a lot right here, right? We've already had a listener come up into this boardroom where we're broadcasting alcoholic beverage in hand as it's barely 1 o'clock local time. Hilarious. He's like, I got this Sazerac, and I made my own bitters, and I don't even know what people are talking about.
I'll do you one
It's
better
incredible.
than that. We got off the elevator today. My wife comes over. There's a bar here in the hotel. And everyone is dressed to the nines, gowns, suits, and sisters. I mean, this was at, I don't know, 10:50 in the morning. What is going on? Why are all these people dressed up and Marcus? I think it's a holiday party. And I just thought that was, the right answer. She's like, it's 10:50. No, that's a great point. But back home, and I think in most cities, but certainly in DC, our events are in the evening. We do things around dinner, around happy hour. This is a 8 times placed.
Daytime.
So at some point, we're probably going to have to close this door. We are in the
boardroom
here at the
here
Hotel
at
Monteleone.
Monteleone.
They've got a live band
performing
at a massive holiday party with hundreds of people right down the hall. For one of the biggest lawyers in the South, like a guy who's on every billboard down here. And I just, I don't know if you checked it out at all. I mean, it looks like the nicest wedding you've ever been in.
I know.
And there's a live band on stage that's ready to rock. But it's just the vibes are cool. Everybody's very friendly, which I love. And the best part about our travel, seamless. We made it without issue. Not a single incident, despite all of the consternation and the angst, all of the fretting from 72-year-old, 24-year-old Ryan Clary. We made it. We got here. No issues at all.
We got to our connecting flight in Charlotte 5 minutes before boarding. And
ended up being about 10 because they pushed it back a few.
They did a couple minutes.
Just as you would expect they would with us having to hook it through the airport.
Indeed. You would have thought that Grant had discovered gravity. Like you would have thought that Sir Grant Newton over there had given human beings the single greatest achievement in world history.
I was pretty careful not to rub it in. I thought.
I disagree with you. You were tap dancing, painting imaginary circles around yourself, yelling about Harry Stamper, doing your shoulder punch thing. When Grant gets really excited, people need to know. Like he's in on a bit so hard, and everyone else is kind of like, okay, I get it. It's a bit too. Your shoulder gets worn out. There's a punch. There's a push. There's a let's go. There's a cackling. The amount of self-congratulation and the amount of I'm like Tom Hanks in Castaway. I invented fire. You were so happy and rubbed right in Ryan's face. And listen, I guess you were right. He was wrong. So enjoy it.
Depends on you. I mean, it could have been way more. Like I really do.
I
basically spent 1 minute saying, so we made it. We made it. Right? We did. We're going to get on the plane, right?
Yeah.
We did a little bit of that. But it should be acknowledged. He spent 2 days being a lot to deal with. So the idea that we should just show up and no one should say anything, I disagree with that.
I wasn't
you're
saying.
still mad about Chase Young and having a year that he was going to be good. So yeah, I did at one point. I said, "What's this circle around me?" Oh, it's the circle of correctness. Yeah. There were a couple of mentions. It was about 2 minutes. I didn't beat him up about it, and then we moved on with our life. But welcome to New Orleans. You got here without an issue.
You're here, buddy.
I know. I'm here, and I'm stunned, by the way, because that whole flight there, getting to Charlotte, I thought we were done. I thought we were toast.
Dalvin.
I mean, we had to wait on the tarmac or whatever. Like, we didn't take off right away.
Never do on an airplane.
I know, but still, I still thought we would be late. I thought this flight would not make it to New Orleans.
Sure.
And we're here. We are
It
here.
wasn't even by the like your initial fear, if you remember. The first time I zinged him was actually he always needs something to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
So the original, the day before, the anxiety was we weren't going to make our original.
He's like, let's tip the whole show and leave you two.
It was a 7:55 flight. We get off the air at 6:30. We were going to leave at about 6:15 and re-rack something for a couple minutes on the back end. And by God, that wouldn't have been enough. So then, early in the day, we find out our flight's been pushed back to 8 o'clock. Well, now we don't have to, or 9 o'clock rather. So now we don't have to worry about the first flight. We're going to make it, but let's panic about the second flight. So that was the new thing. So we get through security. We get to our gate at about 6:57 yesterday, an hour before the original flight. And Darius and I went and had a nice sit-down dinner. Just chatted it up, caught up about our families and how everything's going. Ryan's wondering, or you're doing your thing where you're not nowhere to be found for 40 minutes walking around an airport.
Yeah.
And
Let's get some steps in.
and everyone's like, "Where's Danny?" Nobody knows. You're at the C terminal for some reason. But yeah,
We got there. I got a cookie. I got a really
Ryan
good
got a
chocolate
cookie.
chip
You got a
that
cookie.
Really good.
Can I say that cookie was not even by airport standards? That was a great cookie.
It was a great cookie. It wasn't like what I'm looking for, but still great, fantastic cookie. I really enjoyed it. So I had a great time. I enjoyed the airport. We got there in time, so I'm just glad to spend a little fellowship with you guys. And we're about to have lunch.
So we showed up at the airport at right around midnight last night.
Yeah.
And we come down the baggage claim, and as we're coming down the escalator, there's our buddy Chris.
There he is.
Who runs Brennan's, which is one of the most famous restaurants in the country here in New Orleans. It was named one of the 10 best countries restaurants in the country last year, I believe. And he's standing there. He's got the tray and drinks on the tray. Suit. He's calling us at the bottom of the escalator. Right away, you can tell, like, nobody rolls out a red carpet that is more accommodating and friendly and just over the top nice than him. So we're coming down the escalator,
Yep.
and he goes, "Have some drinks." So Darius, Ryan, and I reach right in and grab a drink. I don't know what we drank exactly.
So there was two options: the champagne, which is industry standard, and then a New Orleans. Now, this is cocktails everywhere, but it's kind of a New Orleans original. They're known for it. A little Sazerac.
Sazerac.
Looking for Sazerac.
Basically, the way I would describe Sazerac
Mm-hmm.
is Sazerac is, I'm gonna say, like a moonshine, like a potent, powerful moonshine.
No, it's. I think it's whiskey based with another kind of a bit of alcohol, some flavoring, bitters, little lemon in there. It depends on how you make it.
It kicks you in the ribs.
Well,
It's a sipper, not a gulp.
Yeah, it's not one of those like, oh, I'm going to knock it back because I got $4 at closing here, and I want to do one shot of the turpentine.
I don't think Clary has had his Sazerac
before.
Yeah. So he just tries to throw the thing back like a shot.
And this was great. So it was clear, with all due respect, you're my guy, you're our guy, Ryan, but you're going to catch some here.
Yeah.
Ryan didn't know what he didn't know. He thinks, oh, this is like a champagne.
He thinks we're just being given a little tequila to throw back.
Or not even. He's like, because champagne, take a gulp of that, you're fine.
Well,
right?
you can smell it when it's champagne.
Yeah. So he thinks it's champagne-like. I think in my mind.
Did you? There's no way we get the smell. Like before I even got it toward my nose, I thought, oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I just thought it was champagne. Like that's genuinely
the
what I
smell
thought.
didn't tip you off.
I didn't smell it. I did not smell it. I thought I was drinking champagne. And
Or something, or some equivalent. Like, oh, it's a flavor, it's a mixed drink, it's flavored, it's
Yeah,
got
like
a
a
neat
cocktail.
little deal. So he knocks it back, like takes a gulp of it, right? And goes, ah!
There was a loud noise. It was very loud. People in the airport looked over.
They were in a baggage claim. Like it was one part shock, one part like, oh no, like a little bit of panic.
But it was also one of those, if you take a shot and then you try to talk right away, you cough at the same time, and then you lungs.
Yeah. It was so much pain. It was great. Like I loved it. Like I
Great.
I mean, it was solid.
I don't think the point is to be great.
No, I mean it was solid. It was solid. I enjoyed it. I will do another one of those, and I will not have that racket self here.
Yeah, you will.
I mean, he sounded like he was trying to scare a kid or something.
Yeah,
it was like the way you'd like someone around the corner, you go boo, but it was like that plus like shock and a little bit of fear. Oh, it was so good.
So then when we leave the airport, Dad had to get his bag.
Oh, they're not.
Because we have to carry the Comrex with us at all times.
Yeah.
Darius goes on these trips petrified that we won't get on the air. Like every minute of every day is spent wondering,
rightfully so, by the way,
are we going to get on the air? Because if we doesn't, then like our very nice boss becomes not nearly as nice. You do not want one of those.
He goes to 11, by the way, on that. Like he puts up with a lot of stuff with us and the Junks and JP Mitch, I'm sure. Like things go. It's like he's very nice, but that is his trick. Like if you don't get us on air, it is a rage.
So Dad, you decided
to keep the Comrex on you, and then you check your gigantic suitcase.
Yeah, I have. I'm not a frequent traveler, so I
you pack everything when you do travel, just in case you get stuck.
just in case. You just never know what kind of clothes you need, what kind of underwear.
PlayStation 5 in case the Madden League is a game.
I wish I could have PlayStation 5. Great, I didn't do that.
But yeah,
I keep my bag and carry the Comrex with me as my carry-on. Correct.
And you never let it out of your sight. You're touching it at all times.
It was the nuclear footballs that changed his rest.
I may have stood up 5 or 6 different times to make sure that it didn't get too much in the overstored. Yeah, I can't let that Comrex.
How big is his suitcase, though?
It's a big suitcase. He would now when you sleep on GP is Darius would nod off. I was sitting next to him. We're sitting across the aisle from each other. He would nod off, jerk awake, and then go up and look at the Comrex, make sure it's still
just
there.
to make sure.
So like clearly he was like, I'd love to have some restful sleep, but I can't because of the Comrex.
All I can think about was
all I can think about.
But we're on the air.
We're here.
By the way, that sense of relief for Darius because we had to punch through some firewalls and do all these things.
So much stuff.
We're grown ups and IT people
and terms and that.
At one point, Grant looks at it and goes, I should be seeing Google here. I'm like, I can't help with that.
I mean, it sounds silly, but if I don't see Google, it's not working.
I'm busting chops, but
correctly.
Yeah, but it's
that's
there's
what I can offer.
there's a level of sophistication that is we need the floor to reach it, and we're down here on the earth going. The internet sometimes shows Google.
Well, I thought I was being helpful, and I'm like, so I do the show sometimes from this place, but the letters on the connection are different. I might need to do like an HLR, not a ULT. I'm like, does that help you at all? And he's like, It's definitely not the correct letters, but I think I know what you're trying to say.
It was helpful in the sense that. Anyway, can I see it?
Yeah. So we got on, and the relief in Darius.
You would have thought. I mean, he was. Remember, in Captain America: Civil War, when Cap gets on the elevator. You sleep on
that movie, by the way.
First of all, that's disrespectful. It's in my top 5 Marvel movies. All right, it's actually my number 2. If you settle down. Actually, number 3. We talked about it the other day. Point is, he gets in the elevator, and it's all Hydragen, so they're going to fight him. And then the one guy sweating a giant bullet on his left temple, and that's when he was before you do this, and we want to get off, and then they fight. Darius had the sweat temple.
Yeah.
Before we were on at 156.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah.
That's very true. Lots of sweating. It's nervous sweat. I got to make sure that we're on air because I can't have us be down here. So many miles away from Washington, D.C.
And then we'll never go anywhere again.
That'll be the end of our
the end.
travel. Yeah. So I feel like all the responsibility was on me.
Worked out. But we get out of the airport. He finally gets his bag. Took a little while.
That's fine.
There's such good shot busting, by the way. We're like, hey, Darius, is your bag coming? And he's like, I don't know.
Of course, it was on the last.
It was the last wave.
Christian leads us out to the parking lot. We got an awesome party bus,
Which was sick.
So, of course, Ryan.
I didn't choke on my champagne, by the way.
Very nice meeting
The champagne.
Ryan, Darius, and I start figuring out, okay, how do we get the phone to play some music in here? Danny immediately starts just looking at Instagram Reels. We didn't see him again the rest of the trip. Every now and then we start blaring some music or something. We're like, Danny, what about this song? Looks up, looks back at it, right back at his phone, we're bothering him.
He could not wait to get to the hotel.
I sent a video to a couple of my buddies of just the party bus, the vibe, and it was Ryan's dancing, we got the music blaring, he's trying to show us some rapper who's horrendous and mumbles.
It's like, here's young Jeezy Diaper. And I'm like, I guess.
Everyone's Lil, some initials, they all stink, every single one of them. So anyway, we're doing all that. And you can just kind of see Danny in the back. And at one point, he makes eye contact with my phone and sees I'm recording. He just stares at me like he's gonna punch me. And so someone responded Danny's already miserable to be there. It's been 5 minutes. You just wanted to be here.
Yeah, I'm tired. Long enough day. And then when one of these songs will start, and it's 45 seconds in, and you actually ask a legitimate question where you go, when does the song start? Because it's 45 seconds of a Casio keyboard, kind of like a stupid beat that a child would come up with, and then it's yeah. No words yet, just the occasional affirmation that I'm going to speak at some point. There will be some rapping at some point in the song, but you haven't heard it yet. So yeah, I'm ready for the trip to go.
Who was the guy that I liked
a little bit?
He had the worst rap
from
name
Dallas.
of all time.
From Dallas,
Yeah,
that guy.
it was quite literally probably the worst rap name I've ever heard.
It was like overweight Steve or something. What was it called?
No. It was oh my
Oh
gosh.
my gosh. Big Plug.
Big
Yeah, this is David. This is David. Yeah.
That's the worst name.
He did.
Of all of the songs you've ever played, that was actual rap. There were lyrics. It wasn't just about his voice, right? It was a reasonable effort to rhyme words, of course, which is what I'm looking for, rather than just
Lil Uzi Vert does the same thing
as well.
Lil TJ, that song was really
Wait,
good.
did Lil TJ does?
Lil TJ, yeah.
Lil Uzi Vert.
Lil, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's a Lil.
I'm a little out, is what I am.
That's fine. I get sized for Lil Jordan Humphrey. Okay, the wide receiver for the Denver Broncos. That's my guy. Speaking of which, the Commanders in New Orleans to take on the Saints. They got to get themselves a win. Let's get into this matchup and how things look like they're stacking up for Washington. Next on Grant and Danny, live from New Orleans. This is our, one every 8-year trip?
That's what we do. It's our bye annual.
I think that sounds about right. You're locked into the Fan. Fair Interactive.
That's the FanDuel. Yeah, FanDuel. Yeah. NBA Friday first.
Guys, what's up? It's DB for the FanDuel Sportsbook. I love me some FanDuel. Makes the NBA season just a little bit better. You can get in on FanDuel right now during this NBA season because new customers are betting $5 and getting $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins.
Wins.
Go to FanDuel.com/GP
for your chance to score $150 bonus bet. That's FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel has all your favorite bets
from who will
from
win
who will
the
win
game,
the game
how
to
many
how
points
many
the player's
points
going to
players
score.
score.
Plus, you can check out newer bet from the number of dunks, assists, or 3-pointers. The next 3 for the live bets. Those are pretty fun. Again, FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the action. You got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Return. FanDuel.com gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, this is Mr. Brennan. I just
Mr.
wanted to-
Brennan,
Wow,
good to
yeah.
see you.
Hey, the patriarch.
Well, we
Responsible.
appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. I told him, he's like, what? He said he
How
shot
are
his
you?
ass.
It's great to see you. How you been?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to jump on. Yeah. It was great. He caught me by
He was not
surprise.
ready.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's ever made that sound before.
It was one part grunt, one part fear, one part confusion.
It was, yeah. It woke me up.
There was
that's
some
for sure.
regret in there, too.
Yeah, there was a little bit of regret. Big Saints fan, but he's mailing it in. He's going out of town for the game. He's like, I can't do it anymore.
Look at that.
So let me ask you, you probably, Dennis Allen probably comes in, right?
Yeah, we've had.
Were you guys, did you think it was time, or what did you think of the firing?
Are we on the record or
Off the record.
Off the record.
It was time, yeah, I mean, I was surprised that they didn't do something sooner, honestly.
Honestly, that's what people were saying, especially I've been sitting in the same section for years, and that was the grumbling
Yeah.
going on in the section that time.
Oh, you're a season ticket holder as well?
Yes.
Does Loomis come in at all?
No, but Rizzy comes in all the
Oh,
time.
really? What's he like?
Oh, he's super nice. Guy.
Really? I do know him, yeah.
Mrs. Benson comes in too.
Oh,
Testing, 1, 2.
Is her husband actual maybe? Okay, but she owns the team.
And the Pelicans.
Is she involved pretty much or not really?
That's a good question, actually.
I don't know what involved means.
Well, is she like day to day helping run it, or is it just kind of?
She runs it with a group of people.
Okay.
As I understand it, with Lewis, Dennis Lauscha, Bensel. She has like a management committee.
Gotcha.
Runs the company. It's a bigger company in a sense that they invest in the community.
Okay.
And she let's see, she's in the car business because her husband was in the car business, and they've expanded that business. They've invested in a brewery, other things that help the city grow. And she does a lot in the community too, like the cathedral right down the street. She's chairing their renovation.
Wow.
Oh, very neat. I see.
Yeah.
So you must be then from New Orleans, right?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously the restaurant family history.
Yeah.
Wow.
He literally grew up in Brennan. She tells people about playing games.
Really?
and
Okay.
having to give away his
So
money.
who originally started her own Brennan?
My uncle did.
Okay.
And then when my father got out of the Navy after World War II, my grandfather retired, and then everybody else in the family grew up. They all went to work. Wow. And then my uncle died a few years later. So when they moved, they were on Burton Street originally. They moved over to Royal Street. He passed away right before it opened over there. So then the rest of the family took over.
Testing. So that wouldn't work at all.
Oh,
We
really?
ran the restaurant day to day. And now we have restaurants all around the border, different members of the family. In fact, right across the street is Mr. B's, which my sister.
I saw that across the
I noticed it, yeah.
I'm a partner in that.
Oh, wonderful.
But I'm not active. My sister operates it by herself. That's a good one for barbecue.
I was going to say, what's
Oh,
I noticed that menu.
Try the bread.
Testing, 1, 2.
He likes bread pudding. Funny you say that.
Yeah.
Big bread pudding guy. Yeah, lots of.
4 bowls worth, I think.
He ate 4 bowls at Brennan's before the last Redskins game. And John Navarre and a bunch
But-
came out and were like,
He almost didn't go to the game.
yeah.
Because it was generous, obviously, but it was with our group, and there's a bunch of different things on the table. Nobody was eating. I'm like, guys, this is so good. Everyone had their own fill stuff, so I started. And next thing you know, I'm eating, 4 people's portions 4 times over, And all of a sudden, so we had time to get the game. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going anymore. Like, it was a battle, you know. But we did it. To see the Saints win by 50.
Yeah, I think it was 800 to 1 minute.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders taking on the Saints in New Orleans. Grant and Danny live from New Orleans today. Marshawn Lattimore set to make his debut for the Commanders on Sunday against his former team. Other NFL news, the Commanders signed kicker Greg Joseph to the practice squad today. The Saints are going to be starting their backup quarterback Jake Hayner on Sunday. In the 21-day practice window for Hollywood Brown and Harrison Butker. College football, Army and Navy tomorrow at Northwest Stadium. That's going to kick off at 3 o'clock. In Major League Baseball, the Yankees are trading for Brewers closer Devin Williams. Nestor Cortez a part of the deal for the Brewers. And in the NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Cavaliers in Cleveland. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Last night in hockey, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets in overtime 2-1. Alexi Protas with goals for the good guys. Drop Metcalf, 5-star sports desk.
Are you on the Brandon tomorrow? Oh, yeah, I'm going to Brandon.
Make sure he has that perfect. He doesn't shoot.
On your square. I want that in my toolkit.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Yes, all great. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Grant. On the Fan, we are live in New Orleans at the Hotel Monteleone in the French Quarter. Thrilled to be coming your way from the Big Easy ahead of Sunday's game. I want to talk Jake Hayner here. I always get excited when my football team is about to play a quarterback that's never started, who's not played particularly well off the bench, who doesn't have much of a track record that screams this guy's going to be good. But I also know, Danny, that there's a lot of fans, I'm guessing you're one of them, who get nervous in those situations.
Yeah.
Because there's no expectation really for Jake Hayner. It's just free and easy time. If you go out there and you play badly, you were supposed to. You're Jake Hayner, and the Saints aren't very good, and they're supposed to lose the game. That can be a little bit scary. On the year, he's completed 48% of his passes. He has 1 touchdown and no interceptions. Again, coming off the bench in 7 games. He's really only thrown passes in like 3 games on the year. The most we've seen him play was at the Chargers. They lost 26-8, and he went 9 of 17 for 122 yards and a 36-yard completion in that game. But I'll give him credit for this. He has not thrown an interception this season in 29 pass attempts, which, again, not even a full game's worth. But for a young guy coming in when his team's struggling, throwing from behind, I would say that's, if nothing else, I know he's completed less than half of his passes. That's something you can hang his hat on.
Yeah, because you think you're pressing, trying to come back into the game. You're forcing something, maybe a 50-50 ball. You take a shot, and maybe that couldn't work out for you. But, yeah, and there's a lot of unknown. And, for most fans, for most teams in most cities where you've had, I don't know, what's that word, success, you don't feel the way a lot of Washington fans feel, right? You don't get nervous just the mere idea that you haven't seen somebody yet. You go, great, their third stringer or a guy that's been kind of the semi-backup all year is playing instead of a veteran that's been around that's done some things in the league in Derek Carr. But Washington fans, we've just seen it too many damn times. Too many Tommy DeVitos, too many, Babe Laufenbergs back in the day, or I don't know, Cooper Rush just a few weeks ago, where a backup quarterback that is not any good, all of a sudden plays like Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Tom Brady.
Which I get, but it's not
Cooper Rush, yeah.
I mean, Cooper
No, he's not.
played a lot of NFL football. He had won a primetime game last year against the Vikings. Like, this is not that.
No, it's not. No, there's a distinction, but still, it's what Tommy DeVito was before he walked down and beat Washington when they play well. And this is in New Orleans. It's a road game. Washington's handled themselves really well on the road this year and deserves credit for that, which is something I think we underrate even a little bit, talking about a rookie quarterback. Now, he played in the SEC, so 110,000 people somewhere yelling at you, not that big a deal because he did that at Florida, at Georgia, at Alabama, and everywhere else. But still, this is the show, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'm still not slamming the gavel going after as good as that Tennessee game was, that this is the Washington team we saw all year. If you're bad, you're getting your butt kicked. I'm not there yet. I'm on my way. I got back in the car to drive down that road. That Cowboy loss, which we are probably, I don't say we, I am. I know maybe some fans are
giving outsized import to and to how far down the confidence ladder it knocked me. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, before they played Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, it was, hey, we're going to find out how is this team really ready for prime time? Are they ready to go compete at the highest level? The answer's probably not yet, which is okay. But you still go, I'll hang my hat on this. If you're an inferior team, and Dallas is, you're going to get your butt kicked. That loss kind of made me think, or made me feel, I hope they do, but I'm not ready to definitively slam the gavel and say that's what's going to happen.
So going back to your point about how they performed on the road this year, they're 3-3 on the road. They started out the season with their first road game in Cincinnati, which I still think was the best game they've played this year. Certainly Jaden Daniels' best game on the season. They then went to Arizona 6 days later. Remember, that was the same road trip by definition because they actually didn't come home in the meantime. They had a great game in Arizona, beat them 42-14. Still probably their best win if you're looking at just records of teams.
Yeah, if you look at college football style, the strength of schedule, that's your best W.
That's the one team that's a 500-ish club that they've beaten all season. But that little stretch of Bengals-Cardinals is probably their 2 best wins. They were 2-0 on the road.
Scored 80 points in those games.
Subsequently, though, they went to Baltimore and lost. But I thought they acquitted themselves really well.
Yeah,
they did not have Brian Robinson. They couldn't run the ball. And I don't mean that they ran it poorly. They didn't even try to without Brian Robinson for whatever reason. But I thought Daniel staying in the pocket, hung in the game tough, and they had a chance against Baltimore. They were never at risk of winning that game, 30-23 loss.
Baltimore's better there, yeah.
But they didn't play poorly. They didn't turn the ball over. It wasn't a messy, you weren't ready for the lights kind of game. So they fell to 2-1. Then they were at the Giants. That was a game, the second game against the Giants, where I would say similarly to Baltimore, the result 27-22 final probably doesn't tell the whole story. The Giants were never really going to have a chance in that game, it didn't feel like. Washington was just a lot better.
Yep.
But they didn't dominate them. But that was their most recent road win, and then their last road game was we were there in Philly. They played that game well for 3 quarters. I thought went about as ideal as it could have. That was textbook execution for their plan. And then in the fourth quarter, everything got away and they get blown out. And since have played the 2 home games and had a bye. So here we are. You're right. I mean, they've traveled well. I think they've done a really good job answering on the road early. In the Cincinnati game, they fell down 7-0. They've done a really good job taking the field when it's really loud, the crowd's going nuts in a hostile environment. Daniels makes a play or 2, and they get going. But Eckler's been a big part of that on the road. They throw it to him.
Especially early. Yeah, it's a smart point.
They run it on the first drive. Not having him in New Orleans, which is still going to be pretty loud. I'm curious. I mean, what do you think the environment's going to be like here?
I think it's always loud. I think even if a din somewhere else is 1.5 times there.
But you've been with me, so you know this. We just talked to Mr. Brennan, actually, who runs Brennan's Just Not by Hello, which is the restaurant we broadcasted from on Monday in the French Quarter. But he's the 3rd season ticket holder that I've talked to since we've gotten here who's not going to be at the game this weekend. And I'm sure everyone's busy and doing things. We're closing on the holidays. But I think that's a theme.
It is.
The Saints are bad. It's a backup at most of their offensive positions as they're about to fall to 5-9 with an interim head coach. I think you're going to get the C or D version of that environment in terms of road scares. It's just not going to be that raucous, I don't think.
So I hear you, but it's this city. It's a party no matter what happens. So it's if anything good happens for New Orleans, it'll still end up being loud. But that dome is also it's everything's right on top of you, right? So you and I having a conversation would still somehow make it to the field. Does that make sense? It's the whole thing is amplified and every sound reverberates and it's all just so loud that your point's right. It's not when they're 13-3 with Drew Brees throwing Marcus Colston loud, but it's still going to be formidable, I think, if anything good happens.
What percentage of fans there do you think is going to be Commanders fans?
25, 30?
I'm thinking 35%.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to bring up, go ahead.
Well, that was it. I mean, I think it's so hard to tell. Tomorrow's going to be, I think, the indicator when we're walking Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
I also am remembering recent Saints games, and maybe I need to account for the fact it is almost the holidays. So it's tough to get away. It's a weekend. If you have young kids like I do, it's kind of tough to get away for those couple of days, this close to Christmas. So maybe there will be a little smaller traveling party from D.C., but I think that's combated by the fact that it's playoff time.
Yeah,
this is a really big damn game for them.
Yeah, it's go time.
One of the things I was just going to bring up real quick that popped in my mind. I think one of the things that they've done so well, talking about Washington, in taking crowds out of the game. Now, listen, you're not going to take Philadelphia's crowd out for 4 quarters, but they did for 3. Partly on offense, that no huddle, that kind of keep everything going, so there's not that normal build-up on third downs and the like, as everyone's shuttling back and forth, and we're going quick. Even if you're using most of the play clock, it takes the crowd out of it to a degree. And it's something that I've kind of noticed previously, especially when they're working right. Like when they're themselves, like they were last week against Tennessee, they're ripping through first and second down, and it's a third and short, or there even is a third down, right? And so the crowd didn't have a chance. Remember how for a while Philadelphia pregame they're fired up, they're making noise, they're doing Philadelphia bits. Then for most of the first 3 quarters, not a lot of energy. Not a lot of juice from the Philly crowd. It wasn't until finally they got that 4th down stop and after a timeout, leading up to some things, then Barkley breaks his run. That's when the crowd went nuts again. But we noticed it during in-game. We're like, they've got to take in the crowd out of this thing in this boring Thursday night slugfest.
I also think just jumping on New Orleans, which I fully expect they'll do. They never take the ball first. They often kick off and defer. But I could absolutely see them getting a quick 3 and out, getting the ball, or even turning New Orleans over maybe and getting the football. But a fast start is that here we go again. We've been that advanced. We've seen that at home in the game in December when you're bad and you start slow against a good team, or you start to assume the worst potentially. I could see something like that. I'm just looking at the projection on FanDuel right now for Jake Haener passing yards. 188.5 is what they're expecting from him. By the way, Jaden Daniels is set at 215.5. But they've got Haener at 188 and a hook for his passing projection. Mm-hmm. Have you seen him at all? Like, have you watched him?
I've not seen like he's going red zone or whatever. I've not seen him in the game.
So this morning, I just jumped on YouTube and punched his name in, and I watched some highlights from college and a little bit of preseason stuff. He can actually move a little bit. Like, he's kind of sneaky athletic. He's not a big guy at all. He was listed at about 6'1", 200. I don't know that I buy that. He, to me, looks smaller than that. He looks like he's like, I don't know, 5'11" or something. He's got a little like a Taylor Heineke to him, but he is quick. Like, I'll bet you he rips off a scramble at some point tomorrow for 20-plus yards. Like, he's got a little nimbleness to him, and that would be the playmaking maybe that they need. Let's get an update next. We'll pass along what we've heard on Alvin Kamara, the running back for the Saints, who could be the one really good football player that is actually going to go this weekend. He has not been practicing this week. Also, a debut for the Commanders. That's going to be one of the biggest storylines of the game, and for good reason. We're finally going to get to see the big trade chip, Marshawn Lattimore. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We are live in New Orleans. If you are on your way listening on the Odyssey app, you're going to be here this weekend. You got to hit us up at Grant H. Paulson, Twitter and Instagram, at Funny Danny. Let us know where you'll be. Hopefully we can link up in the French Quarter. You're listening to The Fan. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I muted myself.
I'm muted.
Yeah.
In the StreamYard, I muted it.
Are you talking about the StreamYard? Yeah, we're muted like normal. I mean, we've never done that before.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I just don't love not being in control of and muting it, because then I could just get fired.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Yeah. I mean, we could try that, but can you grab me the steak? Yeah. And if there's silverware.
Yes.
So I'm confused.
He's saying, so pull up he's saying the 106.7 The Fan YouTube has an echo.
Well, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, Garrett said that's how it's supposed to be. Silly Hasselbeck. They're hearing an echo even though it's muted. Silly steak.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm jealous. I got the trout.
Yeah, I think Chris agrees that it shouldn't be like that.
Then I think we should.
That's Tom.
I think we should just end the stream then.
Or just let it be echoey. How many people are watching?
There's people saying that there's, and why are we still on air right now? Or why are we still on camera right now? Yeah, I say we just end the stream. It sounds like it's too much of an echo.
So what are they hearing? I think we're still on camera right now, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, we're still on camera.
Cool.
Are you keeping the fader up in between commercial breaks or anything?
He can't hear you.
That's right.
He asked, "Are you keeping the
Fair,
fader up?" Talk on that.
Yeah, that sounds like an issue on that end where either Tom needs some help or I would just end the stream. Yeah, I would just end the stream because we can't take risks. So.
Well,
sure, right. I just don't want there to be the risk of anything happening.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I just say we end the stream. They'll understand. The YouTube people understand. We just can't take that risk.
He's saying that we're muted for sure. They're not hearing us, right?
No,
people are saying they hear us.
They're hearing us in break.
Yes. Yes.
Well, then definitely in this.
You guys are still hot mic. We still hear you, Grant. Just be aware. Hot mic during commercial break. Yeah, just in the stream. It's just there's no in this.